So much for coming and for being here. I hope that you are all having a wonderful Sunday. As with all live streams, I have like a rough idea of where this is going to go, but we won't know until afterwards. So hi to everyone watching on the replay. If you're watching it, it means it was a good one. But yeah, I wanted to start with a couple of things. First being that I bought a few art supplies over the past few days, so I thought I would share them with you so that you can see. I know it's actually funny because I was watching back the video that I created almost, I think, a year and a half ago, where I basically shared the over 100 sketchbooks that I had, and at that point I told myself I wasn't going to buy any more sketchbooks. Since then I have caved initially for some really special sketchbooks by Koval. How could I resist? But also I've just bought a few sketchbooks that caught my eye earlier this week, and they're a bit different, so it will make sense as to why I got them as we go with the video. And then I also need your help. I have a trip coming up very soon and I want to set up an art kit for it. I'm going to be away for just under a week, and I am notoriously bad at just taking what I need and only what I need, and I tend to massively overpack all the time. That may be the case today as well, but I thought it would be nice to kind of talk through it and see. At the very least you'll see like my general like setup. Hey Kristen and Sonia, Virginia, Anne, Kaylin, Jude, Leslie. It's so good to see you all. Kaylin, you've got your drink and you're ready. And Sonia, this is exactly what you needed. This is also what I needed. All of yesterday, I kid you, or let's say 20, the vast majority of yesterday, I just slept. I was, so tired. Is it still breaking up or is it okay? Hey, user. Yeah, it's okay. Okay, cool. So honestly, I wouldn't be able to resist a sketchbook Vesta. But yeah, I literally yesterday all I did was sleep for the majority of the day, and then now I am so tired, like so tired, and all I want to do is sleep. But if I do, I will never flip back to being awake in the day and asleep at night, because I've just finished nights basically. So my hope was that if I'm live, I won't fall asleep. And I will do like art stuff that are helpful and fun. So let me start off with the sketchbooks that I've bought recently just to share with you. And like I said, they are a bit different. So the first one that I got, which I must admit, I didn't realize it was spiral bound. If I did, I don't think I would have bought it because I don't tend to like spiral bound sketchbooks as much. But I'm curious to try it. This is the Octopus sketchbook by C. White. The reason that it is special, so it has 8 extending concertina arms, 4 panels on each plus a reverse, so 64 possible working surfaces, all 220 GSM cartridge paper. So what I thought was cool is, as the name implies, it has like 8 of these expanding pages like that, so you have like 8 concertinas inside basically. I don't really know what I'm going to do inside it, but I have a few ideas, and I like the realm of possibilities. I have used C. White of Brighton before, and I quite like their paper. I normally go for their watercolor paper, but even their cartridge paper is okay. It will be able to take a few layers, you see. So this is the first different sketchbook that I got. Let me know if you have any ideas for it. I thought like, okay, it's 8, so I thought, oh, maybe if I go on 8 trips, I will dedicate one concertina arm for each 8, or maybe I will just do lots of little abstracts throughout of them, or maybe different color schemes. I don't know. The options are endless. So that's one of the sketchbooks that I got. The next one that I got is actually just a concertina. I don't know where I've put my one, as in like I have one that I've already done, I have one that I've already done that has my Poland sketches inside it, but I thought that maybe for this trip it would be nice to have another one specifically for the trip. I don't know. So I like that it also comes in a case, totally extra. But this is the concertina essentially. I found, so it also has cartridge paper, I believe. Oh, this one's a little bit damaged on here. It also has, maybe I'll use this side instead. Cartridge paper, but I don't know. I quite liked it for Poland. For my Poland version of this, I just used it to do some drawings with my like Tombow markers and my Pentel brush pen, and they were very simple drawings, but there was something nice about each page kind of telling a little bit of a story of a different part of my trip to Poland. So I thought maybe I would carry this. Then the other one, so I don't know if you've seen it, I hadn't seen it. Still sticking with concertina. This one is, or sometimes they call it accordion sketchbook. This one is by Meaden. It has 100% cotton watercolor paper. It's slightly smaller than A4, and I thought, whereas this one will probably be for like dry media or Tombows or like drawings, or maybe gouache will work on it. This one will be for wet media. So as you can probably tell, I was really thinking about concertinas and the continuity that comes in them. Let me catch up on the comments. Yeah, no, I was trying to resist, but this one I actually bought today. Completely unnecessary, but I just kept thinking about the one that I created in Poland that I really liked, and I thought, okay, might be nice. Oh, I started using all those clear plastic bags, these ones, to organize fussy cuts. Works out great, and I can see through them, and they take up minimal space. That's really helpful. And Kaylin, Kristen, yeah, the unlimited format of possibilities can overwhelm me. I also get that. I sometimes don't know if it's better to have more options or less. I think ultimately it's better to have less options, but the idea of like going somewhere and really wanting to do something and not being able to because I brought the wrong supplies is something that really bugs me. It's never ever happened. It's always that I have more supplies than needed, but it just keeps informing my spending habits and my packing habits more than anything. Yeah, I thought that this would be quite nice, and it was only £10, so for 100% cotton it isn't bad. It doesn't have like loads and loads of pages. I think it's only 12 sheets, as in like 12, because I can see 3 folds, 1 2 3 4 5 6, so it'll be 12 or maybe 14. 6 on one side, 8 on the other. Then again, completely unnecessary, but I don't know, maybe I was upset, I can't remember. But I also bought this which is a CY of Brighton watercolor journal. So I like their portrait ones, those are the ones that I tend to use, but I thought I also do like square ones, and I thought this was a nice size to try out. So these are the 4, are they? Yes, these are the 4 sketchbooks that I have got. 2 are concertina, 1 is a octopus, the other one is a small watercolor journal. I probably won't be taking this to the trip in particular. I think I was thinking of square because of the little landscapes that we've been doing, or that we did in December. So I quite liked the format, and so when I saw the sketchbook I thought that might be a nice way to continue that on. So these are the sketchbooks that I've bought, and this isn't going to be like a massive art haul. In all honesty, I shouldn't be buying any art supplies at all, but I'm human. these are the other things that I bought today. Nothing drastically exciting, if I'm being honest. They are some Winsor & Newton gouache, and they are essentially topping up the gouache that I had run out of. I think I showed you last time that I tend to keep my gouache in tubs, and I've basically run out of these colors in totality. Like, I'm there. I haven't thrown away the tubes because I need to get my toothpaste wringer to like squeeze out every drop, but I don't want to go through the struggle of having rock hard gouache, and so I topped up. So this is Pale Rose Blush, then Naples Yellow, Lemon Yellow. To be fair, I didn't completely run out of this. I do still have some, but it's one of my most used colours, so it makes sense to get some more. Cobalt Turquoise Light, Permanent Yellow Deep, which initially wasn't one of my favourite colours, but I do use it quite a lot. And then Gold, which is new for me, because I normally use Etcher's watercolour gold, but I was kind of curious to see what would gouache gold be like. I do have some Paul Rubens gouache gold, which was a very kind gift from the Messy desk, but I thought I would also try these out. So this will either be to top up my gouache palettes, these, or just to have, because I have run out I have run out of them. Like, this is my Pale Rose Blush, for example, and I kept telling myself that I would buy it, but I never really got round to it. So those are the supplies that I have bought recently. Little tea. Oh wait, and then this is the Posca PC1MR brush, not brush, pen. It has a 0.7 millimeter nib. And I continue to struggle to find the ideal white pen that is opaque and not temperamental. This is the closest I've come to it, although sometimes it does tend to leak, so it's not 100%, but it's the best that I have. I've tried the Jelly Rolls, no luck. I've tried the Uniball Signo, no luck. I know that there's another one that Lindsay the Frugal Crafter mentioned that's like a white label one, and I looked for it, but it was like 3 times the price here, so I just couldn't do it. And do I use less ultramarine in gouache? Hey Agent XP. No, I don't use much ultramarine at all in gouache. I tend to use Prussian blue instead, which is weird because in watercolor I don't use Prussian blue. Yeah, it does also tend to flood for me sometimes. I normally have to like pump somewhere separate and then take it to the paper. Leslie, why are you worried about embarrassing yourself? What am I missing? The Kuretake Zig white brush pen. I'm open to trying anything at this point. Because yeah, it's just hard. Like, this is my other one, and as you may be able to tell, it's like it's flooded all around, and sometimes it doesn't, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but you see it doesn't. There we go. Took a while for the ball thing inside it to start, but I thought for my trip it just makes sense to set up. Now we come to another fun part, which is yes, that's the one that I was looking at, Virginia, the Bull Tiger, but it's like £30 here versus $10 in the US. I was like, what am I doing? Ooh, that would be really cool, Leslie. I'm really, really, really hoping that I can go to. I'm just begging work for time off. And I'm still waiting to hear back. But I'm really hoping that I'll be able to go to the Urban Sketching Symposium as well. And, you know, it's so funny because what you mentioned, I can relate to. When I was there, for reasons unknown, sometimes I felt like I'd just forgotten how to paint, and I didn't. I still enjoyed myself, as you could see from the video, but I wasn't like sharing my art as much, and I felt a lot shyer, and I felt like I was just surrounded by so many great artists, which on one hand is inspiring and on the other hand was humbling, but in the end I think it was worth it. So I think probably half the people feel like that. No, like, it must be a personality thing. Yeah, I hope so too. If it does work out for me and you see me, please say hi. It would be nice to like put a face to the name. So this is what I have so far, what I'm thinking of taking to my trip, because if I said that this is everything, I'm a liar. But let's try to see if this is a good enough kit. Sonia, it would be nice if you could come. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to buy a ticket, but I figured I may go anyway. Okay, I feel like I should be making a note of these potential white pen replacements. So the Zig white brush marker, Zig white, and then the Pentel corrector. Did I see that correctly? Pentel micro correct. I'll have a look at it. Oh, and so many of us could potentially be coming. That would be so fun. So this is what I have so far. So I do also have my like Etcher stuff. So I have my Etcher field case and my Etcher Slate Mini, and I think the Slate Mini is like a nice board, but it's heavy for me. I don't know if I'm just weak. I don't know. Well, I think it's a combination of things. Maybe my upper body strength isn't what it used to be, but also I tend to overpack it, and the more space I have, the more I'm able to overpack. And with the field case, I think I'm able to pack enough for like if I'm going away for, not even going away, but if I'm going out for like the day, then that's probably enough. But because I'm going to be staying for longer, it's not deep enough. I can't carry enough inside it. So I was thinking of this, which is actually my first art kit that I got like 4 years ago. Still going strong. So this is what I have in it so far. It's funny because I packed all of this, went out, didn't paint, and carried it all back home. So I've put a couple of these. I was thinking of actually putting a bit more. They are the coasters that I have coated with gesso, because I'm thinking it might be nice to do something to paint on these while I'm there. Then any recommendations on yeah, Leslie, that's a good point. Try to book up a hotel. So when I found out the dates, and I think I shared it on the membership as well, I booked a hotel, but with the I've booked a hotel, but under the, you know, free cancellation thing, so that if I can't go, I cancel, but hopefully I can, just in case. Oh, Vesta. Oh, so you've decided. I know you were unsure about whether you were going to sell. Oh, I have a few packing cubes, but I haven't packed much. For this trip, I'm planning on just primarily, like, it's an art trip, so I am going to take lots of the supplies that I need and leave everything else. So what else I have is this. Let me know if there's anything that makes sense, should be replaced, so on and so forth. So I have my pan art. Whoops, sorry. Give me 1 second. Sorry about that. I must be having a delivery. I'll wait till they actually get here. But I'll put that to the side. Hold on. Oh yeah, I normally have to put myself like reminders of things that I'm supposed to mention. One of them being like, join my membership. I always forget to mention it, but I'm trying to get better at it because I do believe in it and everything that we're doing. So, can you imagine? I don't think it's art supplies. Oh no, it might be. Okay, it's art supply adjacent, and this actually reminds me that I have another order that should have come today, but I don't think it has come as of yet. I'll show you what I got. But yeah, the thing that I like about this kit is that it's relatively simple, but it's quite deep, so it gives me versatility. Oh, this isn't what I... Maybe it's at the bottom. Apparently I just didn't unbox everything properly. I need to double check to make sure it was actually delivered. But what just got delivered is this, which I'm hoping will work. Time will tell. It is a small wireless handheld heat gun. So my thought is that while I'm outside painting, is this how you turn it on? Needs to be fully charged before first use, so I'll charge it and see. But while I'm outside painting and it's freezing cold, I'll be able to use this to dry my paintings, inspired by the freezing cold when I went plein air painting with Jackson's. This might just about fit in here, but I think it's fine. It doesn't need to be in there. I just need to figure it out, so I'll charge that. So I've got my brushes wise, I've got my Pan Art Premium Mop brush. I really enjoy this brush. I know it's very big, but my plan is to carry some big blocks of watercolor, as in like big as in like, you know, size wise as well, and so this will work quite nicely for it. And even when I'm painting with like A5 small pages, I still like painting with a big brush. I find that it's quite versatile because it comes to such a nice fine point, and that I'm able to create small paintings, but I'm also able to have a lot of water if I want, and so it's a brush that I really enjoy. They don't have a travel version and I like it, so I'm taking it with me. Then my other brush, similar reasoning, is the Neptune. So these are for like my watercolors basically. I'm enjoying softer brushes in my watercolor, which is funny because when I started off I wanted brushes that were stiffer, that gave me more control, and so I tended to lean towards the Aqua Elite. And while I still love the Aqua Elite, at the moment I'm just really enjoying the more soft brushes. So this is the Princeton Neptune size 12. I tried to look for the travel brush version of it. I couldn't find it for an affordable price. It was like £30 for a size 10 brush from Amazon. I don't think, you know, it's not on Jackson's, it's not on Casa, it's not on Bromley's. It doesn't seem to be anywhere that's easily accessible. So for now I carry it here, and what I do is I just let the top hang out like that, so that this bit is against this flat bit, and for now it seems to protect the bristles okay. Then the other brushes that I'm planning on taking are this one, which is a flat 1/2 inch brush. It's very stiff. It's the one that I like using for my gouache. My alternative for gouache is a bit thicker, and it's this one. And then I also have the Jackson's version. So any of those for me work, but I thought this one's a bit smaller and would work with some of the smaller art that I want to make. And then this is a small round. Again, I just want something stiff for my gouache, so that's why I have packed these. Then I've also packed this tiny brush that I use for very, very small for me details. It's not a brush that I use often, but I thought that it may come in handy because I just want to try painting with a range of different sizes, big and small, and so I wanted brushes that gave me the ability to do all of that. Then pen wise, this is what I thought was arriving that hasn't. I have one Sailor Food pen, and I love it because I get lots of variation with it. It has a bent nib, and so I'm able to do very, oops, hopefully it's not too blown out, but I'm able to do like thin lines, and then with the same pen very thick lines, and I like that it can be expressive and playful. This one I have filled with my carbon black ink, and basically because I love this pen, I only have one, and every time I go out I put it in my handbag, and then I come back and I have to look through whichever handbag I put it in, and then put it in my like cup for my studio, and then I'm going out again and I take it back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And so yesterday I decided enough is enough, and I bought a second one so that I can have one in my travel kit and one that stays in my studio without doing all this back and forth all the time. The ink that I put inside it is this one, which is the carbon ink. This ink has a very special place in my heart. I don't know if you can relate, but I feel like when I started painting, I bought all these random things that I felt would really be helpful for my art practice, or like I just bought a lot of stuff, and I'd say half of the stuff I either don't use or weren't right for me, but I was just too inexperienced and too junior to know, or just like my preferences changed or whatever. And so like watercolors, it maybe took me 3 brands before I found the right one. Gouache took me 3 brands before I found the right one. Pencils, maybe 2 brands before I found the right, so on and so forth. But with this bad boy, this ink is the only ink that I've got, and I love it. It works in my fountain pens. That's all I need. Now, inks is like a beautiful rabbit hole. There's loads that have like shimmers and special effects, and they remind me of watercolors in a way. And so I have deliberately not looked at them because I can't afford to have another passion. This has worked well for me. I haven't needed any other black ink, and for that I'm grateful. I think I'd seen it in a video by Teo Yichi. He had done a video talking about like waterproof black inks for your fountain pens and mentioned this one, and I was like, right, I'll try it, and I haven't needed to try any other, so I'm grateful for that. And then the other pen that I really enjoyed while urban sketching as well is the Pentel Pocket Brush Pen, and I love this because it is like actually a brush. And so the same way that I can have a variety of lines with the food, I can have a variety of lines with this, but it feels even more expressive, and I can cover big blocks of big areas if I want. It's just really nice. It does use ink, runs through ink, especially if I paint, like if I draw the whole thing in black like that, but it's just such a nice pen. I do fill it up with the carbon black ink as well. Sorry, am I missing something? What is a bent nib? Oh, okay, I can show you, sorry. Can you see that the nib is quite literally bent there? And so it means that if you have it right on the tip, like right there, then you'll get a fine line. But if you put this entire bent surface down, you'll get a thick line. Oops. And these are the marks that I was making with it. So I can go from super thin, this is the same thing, so super thin here, and then thick if I have it down like that. So depending on how you angle the pen, you can change the width of your pen, of your marks. Can you see? This is the nib on the sailor. No, it's not broken. This is how it's supposed to be. It's a bent nib, so it flips up. And that's what gives you... That's what gives you the variety of line widths. So when I have it like this, it gives me a thin line. When I have it like this, it gives me a thick line. Oh, you know what's so funny, Kaylin? I got a pen many years ago from Italy that I thought was a fountain pen, but then when I took it home, I realized it doesn't have like anywhere for the cartridge to go in, and so I was like, oh my gosh, the fountain pen is broken, but it's okay. Hold on, I'll show you. Here it is. I thought, oh no, this fountain pen is broken, but it's okay because it's so beautiful that it doesn't matter. I'll just keep it for decoration. Yeah, so I've been keeping it for decoration, and it's only but 2 years later that I realized it's a dip pen. It's not a fountain pen. And that's why it doesn't, have... So I'm literally supposed to dip it in ink and draw with it or write with it or whatever. And I just found out 2 or 3 years later. So it's still a beautiful pen. I'm glad that I kept it. It's made out of glass, so it's not the most practical, but it is really, really beautiful. No, you're definitely not the only one. But now you have like all these cool supplies that you didn't previously know were were actually fixed. Now you know that they are as they are intended to be. Ooh, okay. So, I think pens wise, this makes sense, right? Like, I also enjoy, where are you? My Lamy Safari, but more recently I've been enjoying my Sailor Food more than my Lamy Safari, because I guess I have the ability to, look at this, so tight, because I have the ability to change the widths. Pencils wise, I never really give much thought to my pencils, and perhaps that's something I should do, but because I rarely add pencils to my artwork, and if I do, it's only a tiny bit, I just got a few colours that I thought made sense. So and like a bit random, to be honest. The main colour I wanted was yellow, a sky blue, a like light greeny colour, and a dark blue. So these 4 colours were the main colours. Then I thought it'd be nice to have a red, and I have a range of pencils. So the Derwent Inktense can reactivate with water, the Luminance can't. But yeah, that's basically the colours that I have picked. Yes, exactly, Celine, I can use the dip pen with my carbon black ink while at home, or even with my like acrylic inks, like I have these inks here, it will still work with it. So took me years, but I finally found out. Now, one would question, why would I keep a pen I thought was broken for 5 years? but to others, I don't have to explain myself, because it somehow makes sense to us. I'm glad I could help, Kaylin. And Yeah, the Inktense, I love their pencils. They do have like good range, but again, I don't use them enough, if I'm being honest. Um, I want to use them more, but watercolor and gouache are my first loves, and then I will add pencils to kind of complement them sometimes. Look at me struggling. I keep breaking my nails. Okay, I'll put that in there for now. So that's what I have for brushes, for pens, and then here I have a few random things. I went to a restaurant, right? And the serviettes are so nice. They are technically, like, you know, you can tear them. They are paper, but they feel like cloth, and they just take so much water. So I've been using them for ages. Anytime I go, I just take a couple and leave. I have added, so these, I'm not sure they are necessary. I might leave these behind. We'll see. These are the tempera sticks. I find them so fun to use, but I just don't know if they are 100% needed for the trip. They are a nice to have, so I have them for now. I then also have you know, this rubber, this kneaded eraser, which is helpful for removing, like, toning down my pencil sketch without leaving behind dust. For pencil, I got my Graph Gear 1000. Something about that pencil which I can't fully put in words. Before, if you watch my channel, you'll see that for the first 2 years, I always use like really affordable, and by affordable I mean like 20-50p pencils, mechanical pencils. They'd break, I'd get another one, they'd break, I'd get another one, and I wasn't really that particular. And then for reasons unknown, I got the Graph Gear 1000, and I just enjoy the way it feels so much that, I mean, it's pros and cons, because sometimes I'll want to like sketch or go somewhere and I'll spend however long is needed to find this pencil because I want this pencil to sketch. No other pencil will do, and that's why like these pencils here are still in pristine condition, because I just keep going to my Graph Gear. Anyway, this is to rub out my Graph Gear. I got this sharpener in, I think, 2 art hauls ago. They were on sale at Jackson's, like on clearance or something, just to sharpen my pencils, which are all currently blunt. I've put this in here, which is my tape, but actually I should change that. I'm gonna put like a fresh one, because there's no way that's going to last me. It's probably enough for 1 or 2 paintings. And then this is another new addition. I got it, I think, yeah, I got it when I got the Sennelier gouache, and it is the Derwent water brush. I don't tend to like water brushes. I much prefer just a normal brush. However, sometimes needs must. Sometimes it is too hard to bring out your water and everything and start painting, and there is a convenience that comes from just having a water brush. That, and so that's why I got it. That and the fact that it's a flat brush, which is a shape that I really enjoy, so I thought that this might be nice for some of my gouache paintings. We'll see how it goes. I'll keep you posted. What brand of sepia? Oh, Clark. You're speaking to Clark. You like using them within your color twos. That's a good point. They are a lot of fun. The one thing I don't understand why this doesn't stick to the back. Why? Why would you do that? If they could change one thing, that would be it. I do have another water brush, which is the Pentel Aqua brush, that is round, so I might take that. But then part of me is like, what's the point of taking all these water brushes when I know I prefer normal brushes? So we'll see. Then I've put this in kind of randomly. Maybe I'll leave this behind. It is a Posca pen. I quite like it because of the big nib. So part of me, but I tend to like it more for like abstract work. And given that I'm going to be painting landscapes, I don't know if this is the most useful thing to take with me, or if I should leave it behind. But that's the thing, I feel like I can't leave anything behind. And then when it comes to watercolors, let me know your thoughts. What I've put in here, which to be fair was less so for this trip and more so when I was going out, is the Essentials palette. I thought, you know what, it has my favorite colors, I should just take it. The one, so maybe I should take this, but then also there's the option of, I have so many little palettes that I just thoroughly enjoy that I wonder, should I take some of the other ones? Like this one I love because it has Potter's Pink, Benzimidazole Brown, and November 24. So should I add benzimidazole? Like, I mean, I feel like it's also almost finished. Logically, it's not almost finished, right? But in my head, I'm like, there's so little, so little left. But I kind of want to add those 3 colors. The Potter's Pink, Benzimidazole Brown, and the November. And I'm looking, which colors would I swap? I could swap out the Cypress Burnt Umber Deep for the Benzimidazole Brown. Maybe. These are random. Why do I have these random sheets of watercolor? I half wonder, was it for a project or no? Oh, I'll show you. The sticks are, so let me just swatch out these colors first and then I'll show you the sticks. They are called Tempera sticks. They are fun, like children's art supplies. So this is the Benzimidazole Brown, which has got, do you see? It's almost got the hue of a burnt sienna, but it's a bit more brown than that. And I really like it for the dark colors that I can make with it. Whereas the Cypress Burnt Umber Deep is a bit more, I guess, like chocolate brown. Then the other color that I was kind of curious, not curious, but the other color that I really enjoy and kind of want to add is November 2024. I love this color. So yeah, that feels like I should add it. And then I'm kind of considering Potter's Pink. It doesn't have as big a gap, as big a dip as all the other colors, which makes me think that perhaps I'm not using it quite as much and it's not an essential, but it's just a really nice color to have. It granulates nicely. I don't know. I don't want it, like, my urge is like, yeah, just carry everything. Take this tiny palette and take this palette and take, where's the other one? This one I'm not going to take because this one has the Urban Sketching palette and I kind of have a different plan for that. These are, I love the colours in it, but they're not colours that I have chosen or my absolute 100% go-to. There's something that I want to do for a separate project. So that can be separate. Hey, Anna Lily Rose. Hey, Wildflower. I hope you're well. I'm getting better. Exactly. We would have had to just stay on until Wildflower joined us. So these are the Tempera sticks. They kind of feel like painting. They feel like lipstick. They're very soft. As I say that, it's not that soft. But they're very soft and like blendable. And they come out like that. I feel like, hold on. Whoop. There we go. Yeah, so they come out like that. I don't want it to fall out, so I won't go all the way. But I like the colours. And I like the feel of them. They dry matte, which is also very interesting. So you can layer on top of them if you want. I sometimes like layering it and then scratching it out so you can see the layers underneath. Almost like, you know, what we used to do when we were kids. But that's the thing. As much as I think that they are fun, I just don't know if I would be using them a lot. And if I'm not, should I leave them behind? Or should I just take my whole studio? What I started doing actually with my other trips is I would create a video of the art supplies I took with me on a trip, and then when I come back, I do a video of the art supplies I actually used. And the aim of that was that I would slowly but surely get better at figuring out what I should take with me rather than taking everything. It's a work in progress. That I mixed, so you can mix. Can you see I've made like that baby blue? But once it's dry, it's permanent and it's matte, so you won't be able to reactivate it. How long was my trip? It's only 5 days, of which I'm seeing some friends for part of it. So I'll probably have like 3 days of painting. Yeah, it's like a glue stick, but it feels, yeah, I guess softer than a glue stick, harder than a lipstick. Oh no. I'm so glad the pain is gone, Wildflower. I saw your message on one of the discords and your pretty nails. So I'm gonna put these on the maybe. Do you have this like with all art supplies? Do you just like see their potential? Because I'm like, oh, I'm putting it on a maybe, but maybe I could do like limited color studies with these, and you know, I won't need water. I'll just be able to paint with them, and that would be so fun. And well, let's keep them in a maybe because I'm not strong enough to keep them in the no. And then the other one that's kind of also a maybe is this Posca pen that I keep holding on to. It's quite like a neutral colour, can you see? But I feel like it's a useful colour to have. And I feel, okay, I'm going to keep it. No self-control. Then with this, the only saving grace is that I can't remember where exactly I've put my art toolkit. I don't know which bag it's in, but if I did, that would be in here as well. I thought I had, I don't know, it must be, I don't know, it must be one of my travel kits. Yeah, they were really pretty. Oh. So the only other thing that I have in here that I was going to take as well is this zinc white. Now I prefer titanium white, which is not tinting white. It's like, it's sometimes called permanent white, and it's a white that is stronger. It's nice for highlights. It tends to be more opaque, and it tends to like shift your colors drastically, which is why some people don't like it as much, because it will desaturate your colors a lot more than the zinc white will. However, before I knew that there was a difference between them, did I buy a normal size? No, I went and I bought this gigantic 37mm tube, and I am determined to use everything that I have, and so in it goes. Gouache wise, what I was also thinking is, oh, so wait, this I need to think about. Part of me would want to remove the sap green and put in a hooker's green, or maybe remove the phthalo. I feel like all the cypress bent umber deep. Part of me would also want to remove the phthalo green, but then I feel like the phthalo green with the phthalo green and the phthalo blue make a nice turquoise, so I kind of feel like that would be a nice mix to have. Do you see? Instantly beautiful color, so I guess they both stay. Wildflower. Wow, Virginia, you're gonna be 75. That's amazing. I really do want to take my whole studio. I don't know how to like, I'm not the best at narrowing it down. And the thing is, part of me is always like, I'm not gonna run out, am I? But then when I went to the art retreat last year, I did run out. I had to buy extra paints. I ran out of ultramarine blue. I ran out of Quinn Rose. I ran out of I ran low on Quinn Nickel as a yellow. Didn't completely run out of it, thankfully. I finished a block of watercolors. I finished my sketchbook. Like, I was painting like a fiend. Now, I would hope that that feeling happens again, but will I be able to do that again? That's a good question. Do I need all these reds? Realistically, no. I like Quinn Red, Pyro Rubin, and Quinn Magenta Intense, but realistically, I could remove Pyro Scarlet. I have no self-control. That's a very good idea, Celine. I could do monochromatic black and white studies in a black sketchbook or blackout sketchbook with my huge tube of white. Yeah, I mean, I think I'm going to make my way through it quite quickly because although it doesn't look like it, I have used quite a bit, especially because it's a tinting white, which means that it tends to be a bit weaker, so I tend to use more of it. Now, for my trip, I am planning on... Did I conclude? Part of me doesn't like changing palettes and wants to just take them as they are. And the other part of me thinks I need to make them work for me. So, tell me the truth. Should I leave this palette behind? Should I leave this one behind and remove the benzimidazole brown maybe? And the November 24 and put them in the Essentials palette, or should I just take this with me because, and also the Hooker's Green, or should I take it with me because I have no self-control? A teeny weeny extra palette. I'm so glad you were here, Antonia. I hope you have a wonderful week ahead. Hey, Boston. Yes, take it. Leave it behind. Part of me is like, I know that makes sense, but I want the colours. So maybe, I don't know if I have benzimidazole. If I have them separate, that would actually be ideal. Hold on. Yes, benzimidazole brown and November 24. So I could swap these out into my palette. And then, do I have a Potter's Pink? I'm looking in. Oh my gosh. I actually have a problem. Oh yeah, I have Potter's Pink as well. And do I have a Hooker's Green? That would make it ideal. Hooker's Green, the Remishmore Hooker's Green is my version of a sap green. I don't know if I have a big one of that though. Oh, I do. Wow. A for consistency. Kaylin, I know, right? I keep packing, like this, my bag was so heavy when I went there, and really and truly, this is quite heavy. So there is a school of thought of like, leave this behind and like, take this, but I think I would be... I mean, this is what I was using before. When I went to Italy, this was my palette. I don't know why it doesn't feel like enough now. Maybe because I've told myself I want more. So maybe I will leave, because then I'm just wondering, like, for short, you know, maybe when I'm going away for the day or something, or going to the cafe, isn't it better to have a small palette? And then if I'm staying out all day painting, I can bring this bad boy with me. Don't know why it feels so heavy. Because it's full of paint. Oh, leave the big one and take the small one. What are the main colours that I want from this one? Autumn green. The phalos are nice to have. Welcome to my thought process, where despite all this back and forth, I will probably end up taking both because I have no self-control. Monk says, hey. Yes, that is very true. The fewer I have, the better I know my paints. Okay, take the small one. So I'm taking the small one. And I will swap out some of these. So I'm gonna take out the Cypress Burnt Umber Deep. It's gonna be interesting mix because I mix better browns with the benzimidazole brown. Where are my scissors? Then what else am I taking out? Some of the reds. Oh, come on. Make a small one with the colours I love. Yeah, that is in theory this small one. The only thing that's making me nervous about this small one is like how it feels like it's not enough paint. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? I do a live when I come back and I'm like, okay, so this is what I've used up, and it looks exactly the same. Someone asked, sorry, I saw the question and my head didn't fully register, but someone was asking about the Whiskey Painters palettes. So I tried to buy the Schminke version of the Whiskey Painter palette, but I just didn't quite like it because the mixing palette was on quite a significant slope, and so I didn't like the design. I just felt like the paint would run over. This is PBR 25. And so I never got it again. Then I think it depends on what brand you have inside as well. I think they're cute and I'm tempted by them every time they go on sale. Just put that down there. Yeah, I'm tempted by them every time that they go on sale, but then I have to remember that is one of the very few art supplies that I returned because although it was cute, it wasn't that practical for me. I can get 7 colours in there. Out with the tray. I don't have the magnet tape that I would need to stick these all in. They would be too free if I did that. But that is a plan for next time. We were discussing it last time, weren't we? So I've put in benzimidazole brown. Then I can remove the Pyrrole Scarlet. I just need to remember what all of these are. So I guess it's good that I'm doing it on a live stream. So I'll put the Potter's Pink there. I kind of want to keep the Aquarius Orange, although I'm not really sure how or where or in what form I will use it. So we'll see. Maybe I'll remove it because I need to figure out what colours to remove to make space for November 2024, which is Bay. I love that colour, and Hooker's Green. So maybe, yeah, I need to figure out. Yeah, double stick tape. I don't know, I feel like I did, but I honestly don't know where it is now. And also I kind of like the idea of having a smaller palette for the, I don't know, quick trips out. I'm probably lying to myself. I'll probably end up just carrying everything when I go, whether I do one painting or 20. Then, okay, Hooker's Green, I prefer to sap green. So I'll remove that, and then I just need to figure out one more colour to remove to make room for November 2024, which is one of my favourites. I hope the nickel as a gold lasts. I've made quite a dent in it. Oh man, this isn't sap green. I've already removed it. I've replaced it with indigo green, which I like. And I forgot. Look at that. So that's staying. So I'm staying. And you, yes you, you're gonna love me. I'm gonna remove Payne's Grey. I love November 24 more than Payne's Grey, and with the benzimidazole brown and the ultramarine, I can make myself really nice greys. So this is the benzy brown and ultramarine, and I can make them lean more purple, more blue, more grey. But I feel like I can get nice, interesting characters. So I'll remove the Payne's Grey, which feels hard because I do really enjoy Payne's Grey. But I love November 24 more. And then I have to figure out one more colour to get rid of so that I can put Hooker's Green in. Staying. Fly me to the moon. Did I remove? What is this? What is this color? Oh my gosh, the Payne's Grey I just removed. This is why I have to do this all on video. Can you imagine? Hey Kaylin. Wait, who are you saying? I had to... It's a good day. Oh. Take out the buff. Oh. No. I think the buff... Ow. The buff has to stay for me. I think it's a question of... Should I remove gold ochre? It's not a colour I use that much. It's a useful colour, helpful colour, and I feel like it would be quite good. I also feel like Indian red would be good. I've removed Cypress Burnt Umber already. I quite like the cobalt blue as well, but that's maybe one that I don't use all the time and could thus remove. That's cobalt blue, but I think I quite like it, man. Okay, so I also like Mummy Transparent Red. Oddly enough, it's one of the colours that I use loads. Oh no, did I start singing it? Did I sing it again, Shauna? Oh wow, I don't know why I sing that when I'm on lives. I promise you I don't sing it the rest of the time. I don't even listen to the song, nor do I know the rest of the words. What about removing the blue that is second? On the third row, it looks really similar to the blue that is fourth from the left on the third row. Also, these two, they're quite different though, but maybe perhaps they serve a similar purpose. So this one is lavender, so it's an opaque light bluey color. The other one is misty morning, so this one granulates and breaks down into like pinks and grays. And yes, they are similar. If I had to pick one, I would pick the misty morning, I think. I need to keep this upright to dry now. Didn't think that through. Hey Sarah, what would you like me to swatch? If you have any questions, do you mind putting question in caps beforehand? I don't know, maybe because I'm really tired. I'm straining to see the chat. I don't know if you see me like going like this. So if I've missed your question, it's just that I literally didn't see it. So please ask again. Yeah, I guess lavender I could make with white and ultramarine. Because the last colour that I have is the Hooker's Green. Buff, I want. Hansa Yellow Light, I want. Hansa Yellow Medium, I want. Gold Ochre, unsure about. Nickel Azure Gold is a must. Mummy Transparent Red, I don't know how or why, but it's one of my most used. Blue Ridge Burnt Sienna. Oddly enough, I haven't been using it quite as much as my other brown, and it is similar to Benzimidazole Brown. So maybe I should get rid of the burnt sienna and keep... But burnt sienna will granulate, no? Yeah, so for the reds, I removed the Pyrrole Scarlet. And so I have the Queen Magenta, the Pyrrole Rubin, the Queen Red, and Aquarius Orange. So maybe I should get... I kind of like the delicate element of the Queen Red, but maybe I should get rid of that and... Whoopsie. Maybe I should get rid of that and keep the Queen Magenta instead. This is the Queen Red, which is actually red. This is the Queen Magenta. The hues are quite different, as you can see. This is like cooler and pink, more... Yeah, cooler, more like pinky purple leaning, and this is warmer. Yeah, Nickel Azure Gold is an absolute beauty. I'm sure it's more than enough. Part of me is like, it's not enough, but it's like a Queen Gold basically. It's a really nice color. Burnt Sienna granulates, yes, and is nice for landscapes. You are correct. This is the Burnt Sienna here. And they are different hues. They are different. This is the Benzimidazole Brown, and this is the Burnt Sienna. So, I also want the Indian Red, which I don't normally use, but I kind of want to have a mixture of opaque and transparent colours, and so I feel like that would be a really helpful colour to have. I do also have the Mineral Pink, which I really like, but I don't tend to use that much, and is probably not a landscape colour, so there's the option of getting rid of this one, but it just feels like such a fun colour to have. I'm not getting rid of Aquarius Violet or Shabish Grey. For me, it's a question of phthalo blue, phthalo green, gold ochre. And I wanted to keep the phthalos because I wanted to be able to mix this really nice, yeah, talking myself into it, really nice turquoise, which leaves the golden ochre, which is a helpful colour. Unless I get rid of the the Aquarius Orange. It's a colour I thought might be fun to have, but really and truly, no, I like it. I want it. Yeah, so the benzimidazole brown isn't red. It's more so like a brown colour. Can you see? Sometimes if I zoom in, you can see the colours better. Maybe the Potter's pink isn't necessary. I really wanted it though. I like, you know, when I take the Potter's pink and I mix it with the Quin magenta, so then I make like a nice granulating pink colour. I also like it on its own, so I feel inclined to keep it. I mean, I guess the question is the Hooker's Green a must? I could just leave out the Hooker's Green and end this back and forth. The thing that I like about the Hooker's Green is that it's a versatile green that I can change as needed. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't have, like, it's just a run-of-the-mill plain green. So if I want to make it more yellow, I can add that nickel azo gold and make it like more yellow, more olivey. If I want, I can add blue. Like, it's just a versatile run-of-the-mill green, whereas the autumn green is beautiful, but it's got a lot of character because it granulates and you know, it does its own thing. But maybe it's enough. Yeah, my yellow ochre is barely used, but I'm wondering, I'm contemplating that it might be useful for where I'm going. And also, although I don't use it often, it is a colour that is in theory helpful for like skies. If you're going from like sunsets and you're doing yellow ochre and then you go to blue, you don't get a green, you get a greyish kind of colour, which I'm doing all off screen. You see, so you can get, I don't know, which is not my usual colour palette, but I appreciate that it's a helpful way to mix. Ooh, I missed what the purple is that just played. So the purple is the mineral pink, which is actually a purple, but it has hints of pink. Save Potter's pink. Take out the Quin red. Should I? I guess it's not my most used, and this is the Quin red, this is the Quin magenta. And I have Paro Rubin. Fine, I'll do that. Quin red. Hasta luego. I need to buy my there we go. I know the order doesn't make sense, but I'm not redoing this entire palette. Yeah, I'm not redoing this entire palette, so it is what it is. Although actually, if I... Yeah, no, it's staying here. Out of order. Thank you. Hey, Derwood, good morning. I'm just setting up my palette. I'm going on a little trip soon. I will share where, probably when I get back or when I'm there. I'm not sure. But I'm going to see friends as well, and I was trying to figure out my palette, which I believe we have done. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Uh, you see the back and forth that I go through every time that I go on a trip? I normally start thinking like, what colors will I see? What colors do I want to use? What do I want to create? Oh, got paint all over me. What do I want to create? You know, the questions are endless, and so I end up overpacking. Now, I'm not done because I am taking gouache with me. Okay. So, let me put Hooker's Green. I'm just putting their labels underneath the pans so that when I am more organized, I can label everything and I can create a little swatch card of the colors that I have. But I need to make my own like ultimate palette, and then I will stop with all this back and forth because I ultimately start adding the colors that I want to use. What I like about trying out different palettes though is that you get to try what different artists would use and get inspired by their color choices. Trying to figure out how to take it all. That's actually an accurate summary. We have this palette now, so that's done, and then I'm bringing this small palette as well. It's gonna be enough. Part of me is that it's not enough. Like I don't know what one would call it, where I massively overestimate what I can do all the time. Like it's actually nonsensical, but every time I believe that it's possible. I believe that I may finish all these colors for the first time ever. Well, for the second time. Oh, Celine. No, honestly, what everyone was saying is true. Having a limited palette can be freeing because then you just focus on the colors that you have, and you learn a lot. This is the favorites palette, the swatches of the favorites palette. But I feel like I want to take I'm tempted by the cobalt turquoise. Why did I look at this? Look away. Look away. Sarah Talk, I do the same thing constantly. Like literally all the time. I'm like, I can. It's passable. And that's why I started doing the what I brought versus what I used, so that I can be a little bit more realistic with my expectations. And so far, I've done it twice, still unrealistic. I'm just wondering, should I take this cobalt turquoise with me? I don't mean the whole palette, I just mean the cobalt turquoise. Which blues? That's the thing. If I could have a palette of blues, I would. Is it necessary? Hard to say. Isn't that true, Besta? Nothing wrong with having faith. Yeah, I need to. The double stick. You know, I think I have some, but it's super, super thick. And it's not that strong. I don't know what I got it for. Oh no, I got it for... Oh! Wildflower, thank you. Thank you so much. Double stick tape. I'll still come back and be like, oh, I don't know which color to take. Which 7 to add. Oh, thank you. Take the lavender out. Lavender or lavender out, cobalt turquoise in. I should I? How could I forget that I had given her an extra key? Oh, thank you. Part of me wants to keep lavender because it's opaque, and I know. Wait, actually, do I have lavender gouache? No, I need to top this up. That's what I need to do, because this is the palette I'm taking with me, which feels a bit brave because it's a lot of colors that I don't normally use. I guess as long as I have yellow, it's the yellow, the magenta, Prussian blue. As long as I have those, I should be okay. I don't have the sea blue. I have the cobalt sea blue, but I don't have the ocean blue. Which palette is it in? It's in my main 17 palette, but it must be in another palette. I'm actually surprised that it's not in here. I'm slowly turning the Essentials palette into a completely different palette, is the crux of it. You'll be happy though, but I've left PY43 in there, but that's the colour that's top on the list to go. But I feel like it'd be helpful. Yeah, no, I'm definitely taking the little palette. The question is, I guess, because there's duplicates in the little palette versus the big palette, but that's because I use these colours. But yeah, I think the cobalt turquoise and even the ocean sea blue would be a nice option. But you see how I basically have 7 blues? I have 7 blues. Buy me some tea. You know that on Ko-fi, it's not buy me a Ko-fi or buy me a coffee, it's buy me a sheet of watercolor paper. That's what I changed it to. I can see the appeal of half pans. Because then I can put more in. This is the thing, yeah. I need all the blues. I do feel like blues just sway things a lot more than any other colour. So I don't want to get rid of Aquarius Violet, nor do I want to get rid of Shadow Violet or Aquarius Green. Phthalo Green I want for the mixing capabilities. Indigo Greenish, we've established, is beautiful. I want lavender. I don't know why, but I feel like adding some lavender accents would be really nice because it's opaque, so I'll be able to add it over things. Cobalt Sea Blue is my sky. Cobalt Cerulean Blue is a colour that I don't use that much, but part of me was thinking it would be like, is this colour here? I was thinking it would be like a nice sky, a nice colour to add. Ultramarine is an essential. Misty Morning, I like. Cypress Burnt Umber, I've switched out for benzimidazole. So I guess I have 4 browns. Do I need 4 browns? I can't use a whole half pan in 5 days. It's not even technically 5 days. It'll be like 3 days of painting. And yes, I can. I did once. Because I was painting a lot, but that's the thing, I don't know if I'll be painting that much. The other part, because it's a safe space, I'm gonna tell you my whole thought process so that you can see how crazy it is, right? I want this big palette, yes. I want the small palette for maybe when I'm going out, yes. part of me, I'm not necessarily going to do it, but part of me also wants to have like my other palettes. I'm not going to do it, but hold on. Where are you? I'm here. Is it this one? No. This is the empty version, but part of me wants to bring these palettes. I have a Daniel Smith version and a Sennelier version. I won't bring the Sennelier because I don't want it to run everywhere. This is empty as well. Where are the full versions? Oh, they're there. Hold on. I tried to tidy up my studio and it's been 2 days and I've just made it a mess again because I just keep looking for everything. So yeah, part of me wants to bring this, which is so cute and so tiny, and this is my Daniel Smith palette. And the thing about this that's satisfying is just like, is less harsh on my brushes. Is this necessary? No, I'm gonna think about it. I don't know. But this is like, you know, it's like ooh and mix, ooh and mix. And I love the colors, of course, and it's already set up, so there's no ooh what should I switch out. It's like it's done. I've made a video sharing all the colors in this one. So yeah, part of me wants to bring this, but I'm not going to. I don't think. I'm going to keep it on the side. Think about. And oh, yeah, I do have the art toolkit, and I honestly don't know where I've put it. I don't know which handbag it is currently lying in, but I'll have to have a look. I had it with me at the urban sketching meetup that I went on. I don't know why I removed it from my Etcher field case, but I need to look for it. And I don't know if I find it, should I take that as well? This is the thing, I have no self-control. Sonia, yeah. You know, when I went to Dorset for like my little art retreat, paint trip, whatever you call it, I took a palette like this, the art toolkit, and that palette. I took 4 palettes with me. Imagine the thing is, if I could only bring 7 colors, I mean, I'm not going to do it, but if I could only bring 7 colors, it would be ultramarine, quin magenta, nickel as a yellow, cobalt sea blue, I'd be good with benzimidazole brown or burnt sienna, but I use benzimidazole brown more. November 2024. And Hooker's Green. Done. 7. But then while I'm there, I'd be like, ugh, if only I had a lavender. Oh, no. If only I had a phthalo turquoise. Oh, I haven't even thought about the clothes I'm taking there. Like, the way it's the least of my priorities, I'll just throw in a couple of jeans and a few tops and go. It's more so, my concern is, like, my concern isn't even baggage space. My concern is that if I carry all of this, when I'm out there, I will carry all of this as well. Do you see what I mean? Whereas if I leave some of it here, then at least I can't physically carry it all with me on a day-to-day basis. Because as much as part of me is like, oh yeah, I'll leave some in the hotel and then I will switch it out depending on what I need. Realistically, I'll probably go through the same decision issues that I'm having now, but do it there and instead conclude, you know what, I can't think, I'll just take everything with me. And you know, last time I took a whole bunch of watercolor with me to the Urban Sketching Symposium, but I only painted with gouache. Do I have, oh, the portable, do I have the narrow long pans for the portable painter? Oh, I see what you're saying. I hadn't even thought of that. I have them, but they're already full with they're already in the portable painter, but that's such a good idea. When I went on my last trip, did I use all my palettes? So when I went to Dorset, yes, I used all of them. But I think I had, that was longer. That was like a 10 day trip. Was it? A week? 10 days, something like that. I was very free and I took it upon myself to like experiment with lots of different supplies. So and the problem with that was I was carrying everything with me every day to the beach. Everything. It was so heavy. And then when I'd get to the beach, I would decide what I felt like using that day. What would upset me more? Not having them. Because I have no yeah, not having them would upset me more, but having them all would pain me more. So it's a hard thing to figure out. But the one color that I guess I'm trying to decide is the cobalt turquoise by Raymond Schmall, like taking this extra color. And then what is this? Is it sea blue that's in the urban sketching palette? I haven't swatched them out, which I should have. But is it cobalt sea blue? Does anyone know what the... Let me swatch it. Maybe I'll be able to recognize it. Because if it is and it's the half pan, that would be helpful, as opposed to trying to squeeze in a full pan. Let's see. No, this is not. What is this? Oh, this must be like Shadow Violet. Blue Sky I also like, but that's in the main. Unless I take... There's another, as you're describing these colours, it just reminds me that there is another palette that I have. But what is it? I feel like I have a palette that has Blue Sky and all these colours inside it. It will come to mind. I don't want to take two of these. This is my 17 colours. The 17 colours I started with Raymond Schmall. So this one has ocean blue inside it. It's one of the first colours I used. And transparent turquoise, cobalt teal. You know, I ain't mad at it. Like, I think I had taste. Let's make it a real big bag. That's what it's giving. If I can swap out, I don't want to take out one of these. Which one do I want more? Phthalo blue or cobalt cerulean, or I want Aquarius orange, Hansa yellow. Gold ochre is looking less and less likely. Or if I have transparent red, mummy transparent red, do I need the burnt sienna? That is the question. The mummy transparent red is PR102. And the Blue Ridge burnt sienna is PBR7. So they are quite similar. Yeah, maybe I'm thinking of the Monam Rani. Can you see? Sorry for making it blurry. So this is the Mummy Transparent Red. This is the Blue Ridge Burnt Sienna. It's funny because as I look at it, I feel like I prefer the Burnt Sienna, but when I look at which colours has the biggest dips, is the Blue Ridge. It's the Mummy Transparent Red. That's a good question. Which one granulates more? Let's see. I would be inclined to think it would be the Burnt Sienna, but I'm not sure. And I don't think this is the best paper to test it on, but I think it's going to be the Burnt Sienna. Even as I lay it down, it looks like it's granulating more already. That's the Burnt Sienna here. That's the Transparent Red. All this for the Cobalt Turquoise. Look like the Sienna, which would make me choose that one. Okay, I'll remove the transparent Mummy Transparent Red. And am I removing it? Yeah, over the gold ochre, yes. Because if I mix nickel azo gold with ultramarine blue, I'm not getting like nice pretty colours. I'm getting beautiful greens, but it's not a sky colour. Which is interesting because this has been so used, but that's fine. I don't think with 3 other browns, I don't think I would be like, oh my gosh, I need this transparent red oxide desperately when I'm there. I think I have enough of a variety to be okay. Okay, I know where I'm putting these colours does not make sense, but just bear with me. So this is the Mummy Transparent Red. I'm going to have to put these, keep these on the side and hope and pray that I am able to remember what they are. Okay, so we have our palettes, 2 palettes minimum. We have this one for like quick sketches, which in my head is like, but it's almost finished. But you know what? Fine, I'm taking it with me. And then, it's so adorable. And then I have this big palette for everything else. And that will go here. Then someone mentioned newer colors. I don't use them enough, if I'm being honest. But I always wish I used them more. And this isn't the one I wanted to take with me. This is the one I want to take with me, I think. Which is... oh no, is it? No, this is not the one I want to take with me. This is the dark set, but I've exchanged some of the colours. Which makes me think... ooh! Whoops. That's my palette, but it's okay. Okay, hold on. This is the case that I normally take with me. As you can see, I'm trying to make it smaller. I know you wouldn't believe it. It's so funny because I feel like I should have all the answers. I feel like I should be like, oh, I've gone on so many art trips, so of course I know all the supplies that I need to take with me. But I don't, you know? It honestly does change every time that I paint, depending on what I'm feeling at that time. So one thing that I took with me last time, which was wild, believe it or not, was the pan pastels. Who takes pan pastels urban sketching or plein air painting? I do, and these are the colours that I took with me. I feel like the white is helpful. Like these three are quite helpful. We'll see. Then part of me was hoping I'd put my palette here, but I haven't. My other palette in primary red gouache. No one has all the answers. We're human. That is true. That is very, very true. But yeah, sometimes I just feel like, oh, should be I don't know. This is not the set that I wanted to take with me. This is the dark set, which I like, but I had made up like another little set that was similar. The key thing is that it has jade green, which I use all the time, the bright yellow, which it might actually be this set, and in my head I thought it was less colors, but as I'm naming them, I'm like, yeah, and this one, 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 and this one. These are all essentials, and this one is an essential for me, and then as is that one, and the white is a Neocolor one. This is not really an essential, just there. Anyway, Neocolor ones. And then, so do I need the pan pastels? Realistically, no. I did also, this one I've never used. These two are the only two that I have used. Sonia, honestly, bring the three. I tell you now, that's how I ran out of colours, which I didn't think was possible. But yeah, this is the kit that I normally carry, which as you can see is a lot bigger. It's actually a makeup case, which is great. I'm always like on the lookout for things that are not technically art supplies, but you can use as art supplies because they tend to be cheaper. So this one, because it is a makeup case, it comes with brush holders, which is really helpful. It has partitions in the middle. It has like more space here, so it's actually quite handy. The only reason I don't, I'm not taking it is it's heavy. It's not something that I could take to a cafe to paint with. Okay, no, control myself. The only thing that's helpful in me also controlling myself is the liquid allowance. Thank God for that. Otherwise, when I went to Dorset, I took the acrylic inks, acrylic paints, gouache, watercolor, pan pastels, soft pastels. Took everything. Took absolutely everything. Which I don't recommend because it can lead to like decision fatigue and analysis paralysis, which is not something that we want. Gouache wise, I'm taking this and I'm hoping that it will be enough. Yes, I have my food. Oh, this is my laptop is running out of battery. I have my food nib pen. In fact, I bought a spare one so I can have one in the studio and one with me. Yeah, it's enough, right? This is enough, right? I don't need, right? We're all on the same page. I don't need to get 2 of these palettes, right? Talk me off the ledge. Help me, please. I mean, realistically, it's not possible for me to finish both. The paper. Oh, the paper. Let it start making even less sense. So for paper, I'm just topping this up with some of the colours. For paper, what do I want to do? I want to do a couple of things. I want to bring this. It's big for me, but I want to paint big like this. So I'm bringing this, and then at the beginning I kind of shared a little art haul, shall we say, that I did, where I bought a few different types of concertina sketchbooks, accordion sketchbooks, and I don't know which one to bring, but one of them is this one. This would be just for pen sketches, maybe with a tombow. Have I got a tombow? No, I haven't. Maybe I'll take this one. This is the one I used in Poland as well, but I like it. Can it fit? Yeah, so maybe I'll take, or this one. I think the blue one's better. So I have one block. That's 20 paintings. That should be enough, right? Right? It's like bringing one of this. I'm thinking to bring this for like pen sketches. I think this would be easy to ease my way in to creating art while away, you know, because I just need to have this and my pocket brush pen, and then I can easily just be like sketching away and not feel massively overwhelmed. So that's the two things. And then I don't know if it's worth bringing like another sketchbook. These two doesn't feel like enough, if I'm being honest. I usually like having like a messy sketchbook where I can do stuff inside. With this, I want finished pieces. With this, even if it's like somewhat messy, it's still all continuous, right? So I don't want it to be like super crazy random ideas or random sketches necessarily. And part of me, I'm not gonna do it, but part of me would want to take this big sketchbook with me, in part because I can plan things out, in part because I've been like enjoying the paintings that I've been creating in it, but I do think it would be too heavy for me, so I do have some level of restraint. But I do like it because I did think about it, because it has like paintings and exploration and swatches, you know, so it's already cute and cool. Oh yeah, so hold on. The other option was this one, or it's a good point, you know, I'm mentioning the Etcher sketchbooks. I do have small. Do you think small B5 a small Etcher sketchbook, or do you think large Etcher sketchbooks? This is the size that I normally create in, which is B5, so it's quite big, but it lends itself well to like paintings like this, you know, like relatively big paintings. But again, that's weight. They do have a small sketchbook. I have, but I have a small square Etcher sketchbook, but I was using it for abstracts. Sarah, will I honestly use the pan pastels while I'm out and about sketching? You know, it's a funny question, because when I went to that's the sketchbook I should look for. Do you guys remember the sketchbook that I used when I was in in Italy, in Bologna. I used a small square, I think. I used a small square etcher sketchbook, I believe. And when I was there, because I had taken the pan pastels with me and I thought it was wild to have done that, one of the first pieces of art I created was with the pan pastels, just so that I could justify the madness to me. With the water features. Oh yeah, that was the... Yes, that one. Or the accordion. So this is an accordion. And then I have what I showed earlier though, but I don't think you were here. I saw this, which is a new Meaden sketchbook, but it's an accordion, 100% cotton. So it's quite small. It's actually the lightest. It's the lightest sketchbook that I have here. Very, very light. I don't know if that means it's not enough pages, but it's like 6 pages on one side, 8 pages on the other, 14 pages total. So maybe that'd be an option. But where is it? Hold on 1 second. This is the accordion I took with me to Cornwall, but this is quite big. It's not that big to be fair, but it's, you know, I want to take a smaller one. Hold on, I'm not showing you properly. But this is what I mean that I enjoy, that I can just use pen, paper, and like do quick sketches. Don't feed the seagulls. And it was so funny because the seagulls were right next to them. I haven't finished the rest. But yeah, so I quite like that. But hold on. You guys reminded me of the other sketchbook. But the question is, where did I put it? In theory, I should have put it over here, but I don't... Oh, did I? Oh my gosh, maybe I did. Doesn't it like shock... Hold on. No way. Wow. Doesn't it shock you when like past you is organized? Oh, thank you. And Virginia, I do have a water bottle. This is my water bottle. It is a camping bottle, and I like it because it has a big opening, so I can just dip my brush inside it. But it's also a bottle, so I can carry water with me and carry it away without trying to figure out where I'm going to dump it. And if I have it empty, then it gets like that thick, so it's space saving as well. So this has been an absolute godsend, and it's called a camping bottle. So sketchbooks wise, this is the, you know, I was looking for it before, the one from Poland. I'll show you. I did this, which I actually quite liked, where I hold on, can you see it? I'll bring it a bit closer. I basically don't know if you can read my writing, but I basically drew out the supplies that I took with me to Poland so that you can see. I took the Art Toolkit tiling palette. I took the Roman Schmall watercolor Italy set, the gold one that I just showed you. I took the Roman Schmall mini urban sketching kit, the blue one that I took the cobalt turquoise out of and I'm leaving. I took the Essentials palette. Wow, I should have just used this list. It would have saved us a lot of time. It really does shock me, like, because I was thinking, oh, if I had sense, I would have put the sketchbooks there, but I didn't remember ever doing that, and apparently I did. I took the Everyday Etcher sketchbook, the Signature Series Etcher sketchbook. I took 2 watercolor blocks. I took the Sea White sketchbook, that is this one, and then I took the DIY, I need to find this, I took the DIY, like, magnet holders that I had made, and the Etcher Slate Mini, the Luminance pencil, Sailor Food, Lamy Safari pen, Pentel pocket brush pen, and Neo Colors, the collapsible camping cup, the Stay Wet wash palette that had Daniel Smith and Winsor & Newton inside it, and then the size 16 big pan art brush. That is what I took. Everything and some. And then this is some of the art that I created there. And this is what I mean. I really enjoyed doing these kind of things. I know I don't do them often, but it felt less overwhelming than painting or anything else. And I don't know, I really like it. I even like that I included people, which I don't normally do. And the cathedral. And then this is when I went out for ramen for the first time, and I wrote down what everybody else got and my drink. And then I got a big pork chop, which did not taste like pork, but it was delicious. And then like St. Francis Church with the old square. And yeah, so part of me just wants to do this again, but for this trip. And then what you reminded me of, thank you, is oh, look at me just getting all my things soaked in thing. So I was thinking of doing the same again, even with the same theme, and using that same blue that I used. Although I don't know if I should use like yellow, like something brighter, but I feel like yellow won't really make sense. I don't know. And if I start thinking about it too much, I'll end up taking all of them. So this is the small square etcher sketchbook that you very kindly reminded me I have. And with this one, again, I like when I go on trips, I like to make a quick page of the different supplies that I'm taking with me. So this one was this was the favorites palette, I think. And then the tempera sticks, the neo colors, and I just make a note of the colors that I took with me that I'm enjoying at that time. And this was when I went to Brighton. So I was painting on the train again. Then this was the favorites palette, and this was when I went to Nottingham. And ta-da! Here we are again. This is when I took the nano satchel. This is 3 a.m. I don't know what I was doing, but I wrote the date and I wrote it was 3 a.m. and for some reason I started sketching out my supplies. So my water spritzer, which I'd actually put on the side here and completely forgot about, but water spritzer. My Lamy Safari, my travel brush pen, another travel brush pen, a few pencils, Unipin fine liner, flat brush, Pentel graph gear, flat brush, Posca PC1MR, which I'm bringing with me again, Dagger travel brush, I don't think I need that, I think I have enough brushes, Sailor Food pen, then my gouache, my water jar, magnetic clips, tape, paper towel, Neo watercolors, Neocolor 2s, and a sketchbook. Then I was talking to my sister and painting. This is from Bologna. So when I went on the trip. So in this piece, I used the pan pastels. Why? Because I was like, who brings pan pastels? And I felt I needed to justify the fact that I brought them. So I used them in this piece, and I think that piece only. And here again, I made a note of the different supplies that I'd taken with me. So I painted out the gold palette that I've shared with you already and swatched out the colors. And then also my art toolkit that I need to find, and again wrote out the colors here. The Tombos that I'd taken with me, the pan pastels, and the Ecoline colors. Do I use a backpack or a tote bag? So I've been using a tote bag, but I'm thinking of just carrying a backpack with me. The tote bag that I have is nice and big, but I was trying to carry it today and it felt quite heavy. So at least on my backpack it's across both shoulders. Yeah, this is like Bologna. This was when, the signs that I actually like gouache were there. This is a gouache painting and a night painting. And this is also gouache. But I don't know why I kept thinking I needed to use watercolor. I was eating and looking at the roofs. what do you call them? They have a lot of porticos, like these things throughout Bologna, and then my food, and then the basilica. So it's concluded there. I take this small sketchbook instead. Thank you, Wildflower. Thank you all. So I take this small sketchbook instead. If I want to do, and it fits because it's like my urban sketching one. And if I want to do like some studies and whatnot, I can do them in here. Then I have this one as like my main if I want to do big pieces. This one, which is also for notes, I can also do like my gouache paintings in. And then I still want to carry this small one. So is the verdict that I should leave the Meaden one behind? So this is the, just make sure this is empty. So this is the one that I want to take with me. And this is the one that I want to leave behind. Where are you? Where's the thingy? Oh, here it is. Yeah, no, on the regular, I don't use them that much. When I went to Dorset, again, I used them, but more so to like represent fog. Because I was by the sea, so I don't use them that often, and when I do I just wonder, but that's why I've only put the 3 colors. Thank you, Sarah. So are we on board? So we have this one as the main one, and if I run out, I think there is an art store around, so I can go and buy more paper. This one as like my low pressure ish create pen drawings. So that's these 3. And the question is, will I do more than 5 paintings a day? Probably not, right? Hey Moody, I haven't shared yet. I'll reveal when I get back. We'll see. Or when I'm there. I don't know. Part of me was wondering if I'd be able to do a live when I'm there, but I don't know. I should probably check with my phone provider, to be honest. The other part of me is also wondering, again, bear with me. I'm just putting it out there. I'm not saying I'm taking it with me, but this is my thought process. Normally I go through this entire thought process myself, back and forth. That's why I usually have the pressure of the flight being like 3 hours away or 4 hours away to get me to make those decisions. But it's nice actually having people to talk through the process, and then normally once I've made those decisions, I make the videos. Part of me is wondering about, maybe I'll leave it, but I was wondering about this for more finished gouache pieces like this. The reason I'm wondering is that I don't actually like the paper. I don't like the paper. I just want to finish it. I want to get it done. How many pages do I even have left? Hold on. Do I have that many pages? It has a few pages left, but not a massive amount. But part of me is just wondering, where will I do my finished gouache pieces? Because I'm not doing it on the Meaden paper. That's for my watercolors. That's the nice paper. How many? This isn't that many sheets actually. It's maybe like, if it's not that many sheets, it's probably not worth taking, is it? Although it's lighter. I don't like it for watercolor. It's the Paul Rubens paper, but I do like it for gouache, because gouache will work on most things, won't it? No, it's not worth it. It's only 3 pages left. Okay, so that's good. I thought I had ages left. It started off with 20 sheets, and again, I'm just trying to make my way through. and apparently mission accomplished, just 3 pages left, so it's not worth carrying this entire like leather block to only have 3 pages. I have another, I don't think this is also too heavy, I think, but I'm just showing you the options that I have. This is the aqua pad that I got in Geneva, and I have been enjoying painting with gouache, as you can see. Yes, Wildflower, good eye. I just put one soft tool because I found I can use one for one side and the other one for the other side, so they've been fine. So yes, I've been doing, again, another sketchbook that I don't like for watercolor, or another paper that I don't like for watercolor. And so I've been using it for gouache and really enjoying it for gouache. And because I didn't like it for watercolor, I was just trying to go through it as quickly as possible. This is from a Zoom that we did together. Oh, I love, like, sometimes when I see this, I'm like, I actually like drawing. I forget, and then I draw, and I'm like, I actually like it. It's not just painting. So this is when I started realizing that I enjoy urban sketching with gouache. Like, I think I was doing it before and I hadn't clocked it. And then here I was like, oh, I actually like it. And I did I think it's the September studio snippets. If you're one of the members, you'll remember. But basically I've done it twice. I don't know how you feel about it. If you enjoy it, I might start doing it again. But I would basically do, like, every time that I was going to the not every time, but when I was going to the studio doing something creative, I would just like record it, so the video is kind of like real-time me talking about the art that I'm creating or what I'm thinking about creating, so on and so forth. And in the September one, it's really funny to watch back on, because I start off kind of being like, oh, I'm not really sure, and I keep urban sketching and I don't know if I like it, and I don't know if I should add line or not add line. And then the next time it's like, oh, I added line, I kind of like it. Then it's like, oh, I didn't like add line, I do like it. And it's like back and forth. And then by the end of the month, you see that I've kind of developed a bit more of a style, and that's when I started creating these. So this is all from when I went to St. Paul's on the last sunny day. I should have dated it. The date will be on the pictures, but yeah. This one was also a lot of fun because I couldn't see what I was painting. It was dark. There were no lights where I was. I could see St. Paul's, but I couldn't see my paint palette and I couldn't see my painting. I could just kind of see the tones, so I could see like this bit was lighter and this bit was darker, and I was hoping that I was picking my blue, because obviously I know my palette, but I was kind of worried like it could be that the sky is brown. We'll see when I go in the light. And when I went in the light, I actually really liked it, and I was so impressed by things like this here, where I was trying to think like, oh, make it a darker blue by mixing it with brown, but I just didn't know if that would translate. And that's why some of the dots don't actually match up with the buildings, but you can't really tell. Oh, Leslie. Thank you. And thank you, Virginia. You're all so kind. This is when I went to an urban sketching meetup in London and then did a quick sketch. So that day that I was doing all these paintings and sketches of St. Paul's, I then had 2 minutes before getting on the train. And I did this. It's actually crazy. I was so tired. Was I tired? I don't know if I was tired or distracted. I don't know what happened. I was waiting on the platform. The train came and went, and I just hadn't got on it. And so I had to walk to a different station. And when I was there, I saw it was coming in 2 minutes. And I was like, I'm going to sketch. I don't know why, as if missing one train wasn't enough. But I finished the sketch in 2 minutes and the train came and I went. Oh, this is when I went to Bournemouth. And it was just so nice. I had such a good day. Like that day was such a good day. I went to Bournemouth on a whim, and it's like 2-hour drive away, and I was sat on the beach, and oddly enough, nobody else was on the beach apart from me. So I was sat, people were like around and like walking on the promenade, but no one was on the beach. Anyway, I was sat on the beach and I was listening to music, drinking Coke and painting, and I was so happy, almost like euphoric. The sun was shining. I had my coat on, so it was like cold, but the sun was shining. It was just beautiful. I could hear the sound of the waves. I could smell the sea, and I was painting and listening to like really happy reggaeton music. I was happy, very, very happy. Um, mm, let me see. What did we say about lavender? So this is what I painted then, and then I saw like this cute old couple sat on the bench. You can't quite see, but that's what they are there, and they were like leaning on each other and just like sat there watching the sea, and I was just like, it's just so sweet. I just thought it was so cute, you know. And then I painted this one, and then I painted this, and I loved this because I don't know, it just reminds me of the day, taking off my shoes, listening to reggaeton. The sun had started to set, which is why like there were shadows, and it was like golden hour. Such a good day. And then but yeah, so then I went somewhere else and I kept painting, and it was lovely. And then this is Old Harry's Rock. You know the painting of the binoculars? That's the little landscapes. Where are you? Whoops. Just looking through. Okay, this one. So you know this painting, what the reason I call it a view of the rocks is because in the distance here, this tiny thing is actually this. So I walked from here all the way around to here, which was here, scared for my life because it's high, and I painted it. At the time I didn't actually like this. I don't know why. Thank you, Vesta. But I don't know why I didn't like it, but I think I was trying to depict something. I couldn't quite get it, but it was again a really beautiful day. It was cold, it was windy, but I was kind of like mesmerized. Like, I don't know, there's something about being on a cliff top surrounded by the sea that makes me feel very small. Like very, very small. And in my head I was like, oh, if the wind blows too much, I'll blow away. Obviously that didn't happen, but I just enjoyed it. And then because I wasn't 100% sure about this one, I painted it again really quickly, and as you can see, the sun is starting to set, the colors had started changing, and this maybe was like 5-10 minutes. So it was a lot quicker than this one, and now I actually really like this one. I even like the tiny little boat, you know, the kind of details that the more you look, the more you see. Then this was from a session that I did with my members of the Caran d'Ache store in Geneva. This was another painting that we did of Geneva. This was another painting that I think I did alone of Geneva. And then I went to an urban sketching meetup, and there were people, and I kind of just sketched them. Following that, this was the urban sketching meetup that was in South Bank. So these are all people here, and it was like the food markets. It was quite nice painting, and I know the color palette isn't what I normally use, but I quite liked it still. This one I didn't like as much. I don't know why. I thought it was kind of like bland, like there's nothing there really. And then Vesta, this is when I came to the Urban Sketching Symposium late as per usual, and I think I came like 5 minutes before the throwdown. So yeah, I did keep the lavender and the misty morning. I've kept both. What did I use lavender somewhere? Is that why you guys are mentioning it? I don't think I did. This one was a mix because it's gouache. So anyway, this is the sketch that I did in 5 minutes so that I could have something to throw down. This is a sketch of my food. I think we're coming to the end. This is from a Zoom session that we did together where the first prompt was doing a one-line drawing, then tonal values, then a quick color study, and then I did the full painting. And this, I'd forgotten about this. So this is the sketch that I did for the watercolor painting that I showed you here. So I did this sketch first so I could have a rough idea of the tonal values and the colors, and I was trying to think if it would work to have yellow. I don't know if you can see if it would work having yellow and purple together. They should, because they're complementary, but that's what I was trying to work out. And then I did this painting based on that sketch, and I tried to have the like shadows depicted here, so that when the lights changed, which it inevitably did, I had a point of reference, although I'd forgotten I created this. So part of me wants to bring this, but look at this, it's so chunky, it's heavy. Why? Just so that I can have like a cute place for my little gouache paintings. Do I have another block that I could take for my gouache paintings? I must have another. No, but to take 20 pages. Vesta. No, it was only because to me it was like a focal point, so it was actually quite easy to pick that. Usually it takes me a little while. Oh no, if I missed a train here, I'd be done for like 2 hours. I was quite lucky because by walking to another station, I was able to catch one like 15 minutes later. It's not the first. There was a time I went to Nottingham and I almost did the same thing, where I was waiting for a train to go back to London, and the train came maybe like 20 minutes early, and it stayed there up until like 2 minutes before my train was due to arrive. And I think I was talking to my mum and I was like, I just don't understand why this train won't move out of the way so that my train can come. And then I realised, and I quickly got on the train, thankfully. And one time I was so tired so done. We listen and we don't judge. But I was so tired after a night shift. I got on the train and and I think it was even my mum's birthday. I got on the train and then I was getting home and I got to my stop and I was trying to press the button to open the door and the doors wouldn't open. And then the train moved on and it was like a fast train to Kent, to like an hour away from my home, non-stop. I literally almost cried. And then I realized the reason the door didn't open is because I was facing the wrong way and I needed to open the doors behind me. Like what can you do? Yeah, too chunky. So I know it's a lot to have 4 materials. I think it would be helpful to have somewhere with separate sheets for me to paint with gouache, and it's not going to be my Meeden. I do have another Paul Rubens pad that I could maybe take. I think I have like a black one, but that's new, so it's 20 pages. But I guess I need to make my way through them. And we concluded I'm leaving the Meeden. Can you see how it easily builds up? Because again, I'm undecided. The Meeden is a maybe for me because I'm like, oh, whoopsie. Oh no. I need to remember what colour you are. Yeah, I wasn't happy. I literally almost cried. I was so tired. Yeah, Lindsay is awesome. We're coming. I'm so excited for the art retreat. I can't wait. And I think in part that's why I was like, oh, I need to go and I need to paint. And I've been painting consistently because I want to stay warmed up. Stay warmed up for you guys. I feel like I have a good idea of what I'm going to take now, plus or minus. This is wild. It might end up being 5. But the question is, I guess, do I need this one? I have a few ideas of what I want to do, and in my head, again, because like I said, I have this like expansive list of ideas of things that I think I can get done in a very short period of time, and yet I have no respect for time, and time has no respect for me. But part of me wanted to like use this as an opportunity to maybe do like a few little projects while I'm there, and one of them I thought would be like a concertina, which is why I got so many. But now I'm wondering, I'll see, because it is a lot to carry. Me and you both, David. Oh, Vesta, that's so nice. Can I just say how much I love these lives? Listening to your thought process is so helpful when deciding what to pack. I'm glad that it's helpful. I wish I could be more like, don't carry this, don't carry this, carry this. A bit more decisive and like limited. And I feel like if I'm going for a short, I know that technically 3 to 5 days is short, but in my head, I feel like if I'm going to a short place, I feel like this only gets hard when I'm feeling very inspired. So I know I want to paint with gouache, and I know I want to paint with watercolor. And so I kind of feel like I have to take both. Oh, you gave up shopping. You know, with Lent, I haven't given things up for a while, but I used to give up things that I really struggled with, that I could only do during Lent. Do you know what I mean? It kind of felt like I needed the strength of God in order to give these things up, and thus they had to be during Lent, like cook, for example. You guys probably have a very good idea on a brief idea on how much I drink. I need to check when Ash Wednesday is. It normally like crosses my birthday, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what I either try to give something up or take something on. Oh, good. I'm glad, Vesta, because yeah, I feel like I do wish I was better at making these decisions and just being limited. Because ultimately, if someone were to ask me, is it better to have limited supplies or carry everything, I would 100% say it's better to be limited. There's less overwhelm, you can focus more, and it's just more helpful. But me, myself, when I think about it, I'm like, and everything, like, look, I'm looking out, I'm like, oh, but I have this cute, I'm like, but this is so small, I could do like tiny little studies in here, it's so helpful. Feb 18th, wow, that's early. So yeah, it's always crossing my birthday. Yeah, it's early. I don't know what I'm gonna do, what I'm gonna think I'll give up. Yeah, I honestly have a problem, because what is this? This is me trying to be limited. And I think once I need to sit down and I need to figure out what projects I'm doing, because I wanted to do 3 projects in 3 days. Realistically, I think it might be too much. It's definitely it's 100% too much, but I need to have a think and figure out what is a priority. Because I kind of thought it would be nice to do a project on like how to do a concertina of like a trip and the different spreads that you can do. Then this I just wanted for creating for myself, this for low pressure art, and this because I want to do finished pieces based on everything. Sonia, I thought you weren't going to give it up in February because of the Daniel Smith. Was it the Daniel Smith sale? Don't bring the small medium one. maybe leave this behind and bring... I need to check. Oh, the other thing that I showed that I didn't show you, I showed everyone else, but those who are new didn't see, is that I also got this. I'm not taking it with me, okay? But it's the octopus sketchbook, so it has 8 pages that open up like this, which I thought was quite cool. Too much for me to do in this trip. See, I do have limits. One book, one fountain pen. Leave the Meaden. Okay, I can leave the Meaden and not do the project on the concertina, or maybe do it after, like when I come back, based on photos. Could do that. So this will be my low pressure general sketching. This will be the like gouache and notes. Well, that's the thing, right? If I bring like a watercolor block that is not a watercolor block that I like that much, so I can do gouache paintings, then I don't need to bring the sketchbook, because I want this for my gouache paintings. And if I bring a block instead, then I can just make my notes and stuff in this cheap sketchbook and leave this one behind. I don't know. Oh, as a live stream, do the concertina. Limit your paper and focus on adding more to your larger pieces on the block. What do you mean? Yeah, Lent is starting on the 18th of February. Bester, that's why we have Asha's Art Supply Holders Anonymous, where we listen and we don't judge. Instead, every day we talk about either the supplies that we want to buy and get encouraged into, but then the same people are also in the no buy thread on Discord, and thus if we want to be discouraged from buying something, we'll put it in the no buy thing. Like, I could go and say the wooden Remishmore palette that I wanted, if I put it in a no buy, people will be like, you don't need it, this is made out of, the palette is made out of plastic, you have the colors, you don't want it, save that money. But if I put it on Asha, they'll be like, this is the best palette I've ever seen, treat yourself. Don't take too many sketchbooks. Yes, that stands to reason. Elizabeth, that's a great question. What do you do when you don't have time to wait for your paint to dry? I do one of two things. I either wait, or because I'm impatient, I do another painting at the same time. So I go from one to the other, which is why when I went to South Bank and I was painting St. Paul's, I was painting this. I had initially, sometimes I wish that I had autofocus, but then it would just focus on my hand and get very annoying very quickly. But I started by painting this, and this wasn't drying, so I started painting this. So I need to have at least 2 blocks so that if one is drying, I'm painting on the other one. But the reason I'm leaving this behind is that it just has 3 pages left, so it's a lot of weight to carry for just 3 pages. Which sketchbook is the best for watercolor, gouache and marker? Etcha Everyday Sketchbook. This one. Yes, it is, Kristen. It's called Asha. In my membership, it's actually like, we have in the Discord, we have an Asha chat. Obviously, you don't have to be in my membership to be part of Asha, but it started as an idea in a live stream, and then it became a chat in the Discord. But yeah, so it depends. If it's too cold, that's what I do. If it's not that cold, then I can wait a few minutes and let it dry. But more times than not, I'm quite impatient, so I'll work on two things at once. Yeah. We talk about all of that and more. Let me actually hold on. I don't know if I'm seeing all the comments because I don't see Shauna's comments. Maybe I missed it. Oh no, I'm sorry. You have tendonitis. Ah, I'm really sorry to hear that. I hope you make a quick recovery though. Wildflower, why does the sailor food hate you? I love that pen. Yeah, it's all in one. You literally go like ashes on top and the no buy is below. And yeah, depending on what you want, you just drop it in either chat. And sometimes, like, obviously the chats just depend and vary. Like sometimes it's shopping from our own stash, or art supplies that we really enjoy, or like guilty confessions, that you kind of feel like nobody else understands, and then you drop it in the chat and you realize that, oh wait, I do that too. Duplicate, so on and so forth. The medium block, the etcher, small medium don't seem like too much to take, even if you also add the thin. Thank you. Fine Clark Fine Art, thank you. Oh, it leaked all over your hand. I just want an extra block. That's what I want, and then I think I'll be fine. I want to have separate pieces of paper for my gouache and for my watercolor. That's what I want. So it may end up being 5. This is insane. Well, if you remember, you'll be able to see the video of what I took versus what I actually used. I hope that it won't be massively embarrassing. But we listen and we don't judge. And the more I do it, the better I will get at narrowing things down. And I think if you told me like, oh, it's just a watercolor trip or it's just a gouache trip, it would be easier for me, because then I would literally take this gouache, a block, Pentel pocket brush pen, and a flat brush, and I'm done. The extra seems to all be primarily watercolor, I guess. Yeah. I used a refillable cartridge. Do you mean the converter? That's what I used. For the new one, I didn't buy a converter. I thought that maybe I will use up the ink that's inside it, and once it's used up, I will just use a needle and syringe to fill it up. But I use the converter usually, which is this one. Part of me that I always look at everything like it's not enough. And I guess I need to pray about it, because it must be like scarcity mindset. I'm always scared of running out. But this is what I've filled up with the carbon black ink. I wish... like, this is so long. It's like to there. This is so long that I wish it just made the converter go all the way to the bottom. There's no need for it to be so short, but alas, it is. Oh, they do have ink cartridges for the platinum carbon. Do they go with any pen? Maybe I should check that. Will they go with the Sailor, do you think? Because carbon black cartridge. I don't want to carry the bottle. I did run out of ink in this pen. Oh, got ink all over it when I went to Poland. So I may run out of ink again. Oh, £3.99. Colour me surprised for seeing something that's reasonably priced for once. Unless it's only one. Oh, you haven't used it. Sorry, Vesta. Sorry. Wildflower, you may be able to change it, but I don't know. I don't know if these go with customers say the ink's quality noted best black ink available, works well with fountain pens, ink is waterproof and flows well, but does it work with any fountain pen? Nice big cartridges, very nice in quality, none of the mess of the ink, writes silky. Pen leaks in your pocket. Sorry about this. I just want to know if this will work. They're talking about it working with the Preppy, but I want to know if it will work with the Sailor. Good value, yada yada yada. Because if it does, that would be very helpful. And I won't have to worry about running out of ink on that one. I guess there's only one way to find out. Add to basket. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so tired. But I can't sleep. I literally... The kind of sleep I did yesterday, I had to wonder whether I was alright. It was crazy. I just couldn't keep my eyes awake. And I felt the same today. And then I was watching something and they were talking about something else. And then they mentioned a scripture. And yeah, basically I was then like, I actually need to stay awake. I can't just keep sleeping my days away. Oh, it's only for the platinum pens. Oh, I'm so sorry. There was a time I was yawning over and over and over and over on the phone to my brother, and he didn't yawn once. And I was like, I'm sorry, are you a psychopath? Like, and the thing is, I was like, should I be concerned? And then he said, what about the fact that I haven't yawned? As in, like, he knew, we both knew that it was odd before I said anything. Okay, let me try and fit everything. So this is to spritz. Is it necessary? I could just drop everything, you know. I could just drop water into my thing. So I don't need the spritzer. I have this. See, it fits. Oh no, wait. I need this. And you know what? I will be... I bought a pencil case. I need to double check. But I bought like a smaller pencil case as well. So that in the spirit of the bags that Durwood was showing us, where they're like kit specific and stuff, I just wanted to have a pencil case that was smaller than this and thus easier to carry around with me. So say for example I decide I'm having a gouache day, then I can just take out my gouache supplies instead of taking absolutely everything with me. Yeah, I mean I have this I have the lamy, which I like and I use. I need to fill it up with ink as well, but I just enjoy the Sailor more now. I like the line variation and the line widths. And to be honest, the thing that I want to use most isn't even the Sailor, it's the Pentel brush pen. So maybe I have another one. So maybe I'll just carry both. This is a problem. A true problem, because even then I'm taking the Tombow, you know, the blue Tombow, but part of me is wondering if I should pick another color. Like I wish that I had like a this isn't like a pretty, it isn't as pretty as the blue, but I feel like it's I think this is actually quite a nice color that will lean itself well to what I want to do. Like this could be the color for the trip maybe. Do you see what I mean? I haven't tried the crappie, but I have heard good things. It keeps getting mentioned as like an inexpensive option. I don't actually know the price or anything about it, but I do keep seeing the name mentioned. Where did I not just... Oh, okay. So I do like this blue, but I think that I'm going to go for this color instead, so that each book is a little bit different. This blue can remain for the Poznan, and this trip is going to be this color, and hopefully I don't hate it when I get there. Yeah, I'm tempted by the Twisby, and by tempted I mean it's in my wish list and I keep putting it in my basket, and I will at some point, but it's like £40. Sorry, it's like £40, but everyone who has it loves it. What nib size do you have? Because I don't know if I should get like a medium fine or even like go wild and get a bold. What's the question? Do you have small refills for the brush pen that wouldn't take up much room? Have a backup in case it runs out. Yes. Good idea. I was planning on taking 2, but actually, as you said that, it reminded me that I do have 2. Also, I'll show you this later. I have so many cool things that I'm working on. Oh, I was gonna take this as well, in the spirit of like having something lightweight. This is an art board, so it's similar to the Etch a Slate Mini, but it's the Art Traveler. I got it like years ago. I even made a video about it, but it's essentially like a bag, very lightweight bag, and it has Velcro on it, but it also has like a wood panel. So I'm right-handed, so I normally carry it this way. And this is a painting that we did together last time on the Paul Rubens paper that I don't like, but I like for gouache. Anyway, because I'm right-handed, I stuck down this magnet tape, and what I did is not the best. You can see it's like curling, which I guess makes it easy to remove but annoying to have in place. But what I did is, let me find one. Gosh. Okay, this. I put metal plates that you can get for your phones. There's something like £1 or £2, and then I put them there. So although this is plastic, where are you? Although this is plastic, because I've put that there, as you can see, it sticks on, which is quite nice, you see? And I did the same for my water cup, so that it can be a bit more secure. Clark found out you have the TWSBI Go Clear. Oh, so someone was saying TWSBI Eco, and someone else said TWSBI Diamond. Okay, there were TWSBI Eco Medium. It's versatile. Chrissy hasn't tried fountain pen, or Sonia. Ooh, Virginia, I like the Paul Rubens glitter paper, very subtle, good. I never tried them, you know. I was kind of curious to see what they would be like. But yeah, so I used, one of my friends let me borrow for the 30 minutes we were together, the TWSBI Diamond, and I thought that was the TWSBI Eco. I didn't know what it was. I just thought TWSBI was TWSBI, and that was really nice. And I think that was a bold, which is what had me thinking, oh, maybe I like the bold ones. But I keep hearing about the TWSBI Eco. My understanding is that one of the main perks of them, I haven't put a metal thing here, so I need to put one. So that it just helps with the painting, just make it a little bit more secure, so even if I'm a little bit off center, it doesn't completely slip off. And then I normally put like a bit of tissue here. So I'm going to take this with me, and this will be on my lap, allow me to create most of the time. And then I will have this as like my main carry everything, and I will have a smaller pencil case that I will use for the things that I want to use that day, hoping that I have more self-control. And I'll probably carry the watercolor blocks inside that board as well. I don't know. I hope this has been somewhat helpful. I also want to, hold on, I need to get some more wash. Whoops. I feel like I have so much stuff that I can't move, and yet if I see a good deal I still don't feel like I have enough. It's very annoying. This is my shin hand gouache. I need to top up some of my colours. This is the turquoise green, which is PG7 and PW6. That's here. And then yes, this is the shadow green pale, which is a bit of an interesting colour. It is PG17, PBK11 and PW18. I didn't even know there was a PW18, but learn something new every day. But I quite like the hue, even though it's quite muted. So take that. Then this lavender-esque colour, which is called Lilac. It is PV15 and PW6. And where are you? Where are you? This is the magenta. That's the one thing that's annoying. The magenta is BV11 and PR81. And I feel like that's similar to Holbein, so I had to buy primary magenta in Holbein so that I had something that was more light fast. And I don't know how pressed I am about it. As in, like, am I pressed enough that I need to bring a separate magenta? I might do. Because I have like this, for example, which is Permanent Rose by Winsor & Newton, and this is PV19. So this one is light fast. It's not the same colour by any means, but at least it's a light fast red. So maybe I'll carry that as a separate. What do I need? Do I need a red? What I need is a magenta. I wish they had a light fast magenta. I don't know if they do. I maybe have to have another closer look to see if maybe they have a primary magenta or something similar. This is Peacock Blue, which is PB15 and PW6. I've basically used up half the tubes, which is satisfying. This is Jaune Amarillo, I hope. Jaune Brilliant. Yep. I need the yellow, the like yellow deep. Bye, Roots and Ruin. Enjoy studying. The lemon yellow I've topped up. I must have. Oops. She said, take it easy, I will do the world. I don't know why I have the. This is the cadmium red that's actually orange. Maybe I should start putting these back in. Permanent white. I think it's worth. So I have the zinc white, so I can carry that. Burnt umber is almost finished. The ultramarine deep, I must have used it like on its own. My first white, again running low. Oh, Shinhan does have a primary magenta. So I wonder if maybe does Holbein have it too? Am I getting them mixed up or cobalt turquoise, this would have been nice to add. PB28. I'd be more likely to use this one than thing. We listen and we don't judge. Am I considering a second palette? Yes, I am. Which colours would I leave out? This red here is not serving me at all, and I would add that instead. Anyway, we'll see. Moss green, really nice colour. Oh, it's PR81. Yeah, no, I think Holbein has sorry, you guys just out here watching me. I think Holbein has a primary magenta that is either PV19 or something that is actually light fast. No, PR81 is not light fast. irrespective of what they say. Yes, exactly. So I think it must be that I looked at the two and then saw that Holbein has their primary magenta with PR122 and got that instead. And I don't know, that would be something nice for Shinhan to add. I feel like that's the one colour that is missing. A magenta. The essential primary. I thank you. So that must be the one that I got, because I remember the magenta that I got with Holbein was BV11 or something like that, and I was like, oh, that's going to fade. So I went out of my way to find one. This is the Naples yellow. What I want is this permanent yellow kind of colour, which I don't know where I've put. I need to find it. Me and my, oh, here it is. Yay. It is permanent yellow deep, and it is PY74 and PY3. If I could safely and securely dig out this red, can I? Is it possible, or is it fatigue speaking? There's only one way to find out. I think this is too big. Yep, too big. I'm just wondering if I can dig it out and put it in a half pan and then put cobalt turquoise instead, because look, this color is dry. Ooh. Yes and no. It's not completely clean, but it's not bad. That came out quite nicely. Where are my half pans? Thank you, Kristen. Yeah, it's oh, okay. Uh-oh. Oh my. Oh my. This is not as easy as it appeared. I should have put it in a full pan instead. But it's okay, it will do. I need to sort all of this out before I go. Just washing my hands in my paint water. Yeah, that makes more sense. Don't bring a whole new palette instead. Oh, instead, just the... This is very staining. Don't know. Oh, there we go. Not quite what one wants their hands stained as, but what can I do? It won't come off. Okay, so we did that, and maybe if I can use a brush to clean it off. I just want to be able to add the cobalt turquoise. I know it's in a place that again doesn't make sense. Oh, thank you so much, Sonia. I always forget to ask. But yeah, I would appreciate it if you are enjoying the video, if you liked it, if you're watching on the replay, if you got involved in the chat by leaving a comment. It's funny because I'm like I moderate a lot of channels and I always seem to remember on theirs, and then on mine I just completely forget. It's actually hard to clean out one palette, like one pan area, and not get paint all over yourself. I don't know how people do it really. Maybe I should get like a cotton bud or something. I don't want to if it was like, you know, a cheap colour, I'd be like, yeah, sure, it's fine. It'll be a little bit affected by the red, it's okay, but I don't really want to desaturate cobalt turquoise of all colours. Probably the most expensive colour in this set. It wasn't part of the set, I bought it open stock. But you know what I mean. Yeah, that's the thing, it's pretty. The colour is pretty, and I guess it's fine as long as I don't leave it out in the light. But I just wish they had a light fast alternative, you know? And this whole thing is still red. I'm just using a firm brush to try and clean it, and then a thirsty brush to try and pick it all up. The bottom of my turquoise may just have to be a little bit of red. I've got most of it out. Are there any other essential supplies that are essential for you in your travel kits? If you are afraid that by mentioning them I may add them to my kit, that's valid. But please mention them nonetheless. I feel like I'm pretty much bringing everything. Part of me is also thinking about soft pastels. I tend to always bring them, and it's been hit or miss on whether I use them. I think what I want is like 1 month artist residency. And it's funny because initially it was like 1 week, then it was like 2 weeks, and now it's like 1 month. But I just want a nice long artist residency, and then I can use all these, you know, supplies, and I can take them with me without issue, thought, or consideration. Yeah, I tried the paper towel, but it just got into all the other paints. It did get most of it out. What's this one? Let's try squeezing it in again. Yep, just got more paint on it, on my hands. But it feels like I've got most of the paint. Is this what you guys do when you change it out? Q-tip? I don't think I have any. Managed to stain this whole brush red. It's a nice watercolor brush I got from Renaissance. It was a free sample when I went to the Urban Sketching Symposium. Yes, please. It is... This is probably the most inefficient way, but it is done. Are my fingers dyed red? Yes. Is there paint everywhere? Yes. Is it 100% clean? No. Do I wish I had a Q-tip? Yes. I could just, like you say, just do a makeshift one. And cut my nice paper into a tiny square. And then put it in the middle. Ooh, whoops. Just trying to get as much paint back in before I clean it off. Exactly, but let's start with 6 days. I honestly can't wait. I got sponsors for it, you know, just to ask for a few gifts, and I'm going to share what they are once, like, there, like, I want it to be a surprise what it is. So after the retreat I'll share it. Okay, we got there in the end. Look at that. All of that for, and we're on the same page, right? Cobalt turquoise is the one to add. No other colours. What I need to figure out what to do is, what am I doing with this? Yeah, nice job in the end. The slowest possible way. Oh, look at my fingers. This, I feel like this is the colour to add. The alternative colours that I was thinking about, if there was actually a magenta that was light fast, I would have added that. But I don't think we have one. Kristen, cobalt, teal, turquoise, always. This is opera. Look at me being like, oh, I need a light fast magenta. What am I adding to my palette? Opera. Okay, and then cobalt turquoise. The placement won't make sense. Oh, watery. Won't make sense, but it's fine. It's so funny because cobalt turquoises across brands, I don't know what it is about I would think that in watercolor I feel like it's on the harder side, but in gouache it just seems to be so like either watery or, you know, is the one color, just look at it running down, is the one color that just doesn't seem to dry. Even in like my Winsor, oh my gosh, even in my Winsor & Newton palette that dries hard as a rock, the cobalt turquoise remains nice and re-wettable. Sometimes still practically watery like most, but this is very watery. Hold on, there we go. Which is weird because I feel like it's the opposite in watercolor. But also I feel like it's hard to find a nice transparent yellow in watercolor, and yet most yellows in gouache are opaque. Yeah, I know. I could have made a whole swatch sheet with the paint I got on myself and just everywhere. Let me just lift this out. Okay. I don't feel like there's much of a drying shift. I feel like the colours that you are... Part of me... No, it's fine. I was like, oh, should I have added a Permanent Rose by Winsor & Newton? But I wanted to keep this brand specific because Shinhan are one of the sponsors. Sorry, let me be serious. But yeah, so, which is awesome. So Shinhan, Pentel, Roman Schmall, and Meaden are sponsoring the retreat. What are my thoughts on the Michael Harding watercolors? I like them. I thought I haven't used them much. I haven't used them enough since I have got them, if I'm being honest. I thought some of the colours had a bit of a drying shift, but a lot of the colours are quite nice and vibrant. But yeah, it's definitely colours that I need to explore more. Yeah, honestly, as I was asking for sponsors, I felt like I was a glutton for punishment because nobody sent me, nor are they, necessary. But I just thought it would be a really nice touch. Then we all get to use supplies that, you get a gift and exposure to supplies that I enjoy. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. It's so funny because this palette is quite different to the colours that I normally use, and yet and so I didn't use it initially for the little landscapes until we did that live stream where I painted the autumn forest, and I used the Shinhan for that. And even then I didn't use the palette, I just used I just opened up random colours that I wanted, that I felt would lean well to that reference, and that's how I realised that they're super bright and vibrant. Okay, so these are the colours that I have in this palette. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Shinhan. So, new and not. Shinhan I think I got last year or the year before. But again, it's one of those things where... Did I get it around the time I got the Holbein? I got it, I used it a bit, I made this palette, and then I moved on to watercolour. And then I guess same with the Daniel Smith. I got it, I liked it, I used it for a couple of weeks, and then I moved on to watercolour or something else. And then when we were doing the Sennelier comparison, I was like, oh, hold up a second. I like this. Yes, I need to. Really, I need to. I have it. I don't know what's taken me so long to get it out and actually paint with it. I just keep feeling like I need to be in the right mindset, headspace to do it, and perhaps I'm overcomplicating it. Yeah, that's the problem with the Daniel Smith. It's 3 times the price of the Shinhan and maybe twice the price of the Winsor & Newton. So I am going to also... I'm taking this palette with me, my gouache palette. And then I have this, and where is the Daniel Smith palette? I can show you. This is a Daniel Smith palette, but it's so funny because, yeah, like I said, I got it, swatched it, and I let it dry. And then when we did the Sennelier painting, I realized, remembered, rediscovered that I really like it. I should have swatched it though, because I don't know what color is here. Maybe Indian yellow. But yeah, I really like their colors. But I should have swatched it. But then part of me also likes like that there's a freedom that comes with everything not being labeled, because I can just use it and don't have to worry about linking and all that stuff. I just know the brand. I don't know the colors. Yeah, they're so swings and roundabouts. Yeah. Yeah, they're all... What can we do? Falling in love with art supply should come with a disclaimer that it's going to be expensive. Or it can be. It doesn't have to be. But certainly if you catch the collection bug, which I have, then yes, it does get pricey pretty quickly. So that's a cute Shinhan gouache. Probably keep that in my sketchbook or something. It's nice to remember the little things. Daniel Smith is more affordable than what? The gouache? Oh no, you're talking about the watercolor. For me, I was talking about the gouache. The gouache is like significantly more expensive than all the others, which is a shame because it's really nice. As is the... Yeah, I think I just like gouache as a whole. I can't quite explain... What I was saying is that I can't quite explain why Shinhan is so bright. Obviously, I'm thus enticed by it because I use bright colours. But I feel like... Oops, I've highlighted the favourites. Let me see, do I have... Yeah, it's crazy. Trading agreements just really... Whoops. Does change things. I wonder if should do like fruits. That's my fruits. Whoops. That's the other fruits that we did. Is it changing? No. I want like a simple... We've done this before. Yeah, this is the one that I did last time. Painted so many times. I've painted this one quite a few times as well, but maybe I'll do like a little painting. These are the references that I've shared with members already. Maybe I'll do this one. I know I've done it before, but I quite like it, so I can do it again. That's been another interesting thing more recently. Before, I would do one painting and then that's it, I'm done. I'm not going back, I'm not repeating it. But I've been enjoying repeating the same subject matter, sometimes even the same reference. It looks different. I feel like I learn something each time. And whoops, uh-oh. Are we? Okay, cool. And maybe I can also use this red. Why is there water in this? It must be from when I sprayed it last time. I'll leave it to dry. Okay, shall we? a little that sounded a lot more aggressive than I intended. A little gouache fruit study. With a inappropriately large brush, or should I? Yeah, I'll start off with a square brush, and then when I need, I will switch to a round so that I can do more details. Adding a bit of water so I can spread this further. I went too high. Went too low, sorry. I'm trying, believe it or not, to be more muted. But it's like I don't know how. Yeah, I am flying. I've flown quite a few times, and touch wood, thank God, I haven't had any issues with my fountain pens or anything like that leaking. The one time I did have leaking, it was actually the gouache palette that leaked. I think when I was going to Thailand. I don't know why. Thankfully I'd put it like in a separate bag, so it kind of leaked within the bag. But I've never had the fountain pens leak. I was told, now I don't know if this is an old wives' tale, but this is what I do. I was told that if I keep the fountain pen upright, then it won't leak on the flight. And so that's what I do. I deliberately go out of my way to keep the fountain pen upright on the flight. That's how I actually lost one, because I had put it like in the, you know, the tray table thing holder in front of me, and then completely forgot when I got off the plane. And now I just keep it on my rucksack and try and keep it upright, and so far so good. So I don't know if that's legit, but that's what's worked for me. And I've even like painted with them on a flight, and that's been fine. I just try to avoid it when we're going up and when we're going down. Yes, I know, Sally. That's the thing. Because there are like some slight differences between all of them, it just, like Angela, makes me want to have more. But, you know, it's fine. I'm just telling myself I'm just going to focus on using them. Whether I buy or I don't buy, it's fine. I can't keep beating myself up. And this trick that may or may not work, like I don't know if it's just a thing that fountain pens don't do it, or that this trick is actually working and that's why my fountain pens haven't exploded, but it's been on anything from like short 2-hour flights up until like 13-hour flights. And it was the 13-hour flight actually where the gouache leaked, but the fountain pen did not. So I'm painting on this little gouache, little coaster that I have coated with gesso. It's my version, my way of making an inexpensive, quote unquote. What I might do is just get rid of this. Yeah, I don't know why it sweats sometimes, but it's my way. I can't remember. My gosh, I am tired. I just really don't want to go to sleep yet, because then I'll wake up and I won't sleep again, and tomorrow will be a lot harder than it needs to be. Whereas if I manage to stay up for a little bit longer, then I will be able to sleep properly. And you know what's funny? I actually am missing the red that I just removed. I'll just use some because I have so much of it here. Hey Michelle. Oh, good. I find I didn't get the Kuretake ones because I feel like they're less granulating and more like, I don't know, like special effects. I just had no idea how I would use them. Like, I thought they look cool and interesting, and they, like, you know, broke into different colors. So I thought they looked cool. Sorry. I thought they looked cool. I just did not know how I would use them in my artwork, other than like if I did something abstract where like they were the main focus, if that makes sense. But like everything, I was tempted when they first came out, and I showed a little bit of restraint. I find that if I wait, more times than not, the feeling passes for a lot of these things, especially like, you know, the new stuff. I realize I have something similar, or it's not quite right for my art practice, and I can calm down, and this was one of them. No, that's fine. So I don't know if anyone has any suggestions for Michelle on like granulating colors that they would recommend. I've made a couple of videos, but I've made one video where I talk about how you can mix your own colors if you want to do that and make like special granulating colors yourself from colors you already have, and that's called like granulating recipes. And then there's also another video that I made where I highlight the top 30 Roman small colors, and a lot of them are granulating colors. So I would recommend that as well. And I'm trying to think, Moonglow, like you mentioned, is really nice. If you wanted Michael Harding, they had, is it Purple Haze that we swatched out last time that I quite liked? And then what else? Roman small wise, I like Shabish Grey. I like Autumn Green. I like Misty Morning. If you want something moody, Aquarius Violet is very nice and moody. Lava has also got a lot of personality. Hey Luthien. Another day, another live. It's so funny, I can't bring myself to edit videos, but a 5-hour live, no problem. The challenge with painting on these panels is that I can't do that many layers. Can only do like 2 layers ish, maybe 3, before they all start lifting off, which has made me work a different way, which actually came in handy when I was doing the plein air day, because it was so cold that I didn't have the luxury of waiting for lots of layers to dry, and I had to make each layer count. Oh, I'm so glad that you love it. Honestly, I'm so learning to watercolor was like one of the best things I ever did. It's just been so good. It's completely changed my outlook on everything. And I was talking to the Messy Desk earlier today about it, and just like how I'd been to Paris before I was painting, and part of me is like, oh, I wish I was painting then, because it just makes me see the whole world better. Everything's a potential painting, and I feel like this sense of passion and drive for it. So it's, I'm glad that you're experiencing that too. Yeah, I actually need to try their watercolors. I have some. It's just one of those. If you saw my sketchbook, not sketchbook, my studio tour a while back, you'll notice that I shared my second shelf in my cupboard, and how it's like the shelf full of potential ideas that I'm yet to get to. Video ideas, art supplies that I'm inspired by, that I really want to use. Like, my usual habit was that I would get art supplies and I wouldn't open them until I had recorded them. So I would put them inside said shelf until I was able to record, and then and only then would I be able to use them. And it just meant that I started using the supplies less and less, because I needed to have the time to record before I could use anything. So that's why, like, now some of the, the live streams I've just been like, here, this is what I got, and I'm unboxing it now to kind of like get out of that habit and have the supplies readily and easily usable straight away, no waiting required. But deep light is one of those colors that I do want to record, especially because they're like a small business, so I'd like to make a video about it. Same for like Arca watercolors, and I feel bad, they must think I've forgotten about them, but I haven't. I just can't record right now. At some point I'll just have to get over it and start recording, or don't know, call it a day. But for now it just feels like a hiatus, so we'll call it that. Just making these bits a bit brighter, and then I want like a muddy colour, a muddy yellow, so that I can do the shadow here. And here, and I can see that I'm lifting that layer underneath, but still I'm persevering. And it does mean that I have to have, I guess, a little bit more brushstroke confidence, because I haven't got the luxury of going back and forth lots of times. If you asked a question and I missed it, do you mind just asking it again with question in caps at the beginning? Oh yes, Piemontite is really nice. Sodalite is also really nice. It's like a nice deep dark bluey grey. Exactly, that's what I was doing in my granulating secrets. I was like, oh, it's quite simple once you know it. Once you have the recipe, you can just recreate it with the colors that you have and make cool and interesting mixes. And that was only starting with 2 colors. You can imagine by the time we start adding 3-4 colors, it gets, you know, sky's the limit. And take some of that red, wash it off, take some of this white. Don't want it to be super watery, but you can see it's a permanent white because it completely desaturated that red. I'm actually looking at the reference more than I normally do. You ordered Cobalt Black, by who? I'm glad everyone could help Michelle. There really are so many beautiful colours out there, just waiting to be discovered. Let's make it darker here. And here. And also here. It's funny because even though I'm painting smaller, I feel like I could make it last as long as I want if I'm not careful, especially because I quite enjoy the painting. So then it's like, oh, I don't want it to end, so I'll just keep adding small details and keep painting and painting and painting and painting. Need this bit to dry. And I mean, there's a little apple there, but that's kind of disappeared now. Oh, Mission Gold. No, that's sweet that you guys share art supplies. It does make it go a long way. I need to have a look. I think I must have carbon black, right? Is it one of the tourmaline colours? I just want this to dry. So you can tell it is not a replica, but it's very much inspired by the... Is it Cézanne or Renoir? I don't know. I'll have to double check. Based on the art style, I feel like it's a Renoir, but I'm not I'm not an expert in art history at all. Wow. That's a big gift, Angela. She must have been really happy. The main girls. Just making this darker still. In parts of it. I'm hoping it's not out of focus for you. And then let me just do the stalk here. And I don't think that's where the little seed here, the end, and here. And here. There we go. Oh. That would be awesome. Coming and painting. I don't know when, but one day, I hope. I'm really enjoying, like, as much as I enjoyed the little landscapes, and God knows I did, like, doing these is also very satisfying. I'm like, oh, you're so cute. I just need to do one more and then, you know, that's completed. Yeah, that's what I was wondering, if it was in the tourmaline set. But what is this? I don't know, maybe it's not. This is a tourmaline set. There's no carbon black. Funny, I had it to hand, like, here's one I prepared earlier. Ooh, I am tired. I'm so sorry. I feel like I've complained about it all live stream. That said, it's been incredibly helpful to narrow down my selection of supplies. And then I think what I need to do tomorrow after work is work out what projects I'm going to do, and then I think that will help me narrow things down. I'm so exhausted. When I say yesterday, fell asleep, I woke up at like noon, spoke to my sister for an hour, then fell asleep again, woke up at like 5, then did something, I think I got a delivery, then fell asleep again. Like, I just kept sleeping. I could not stay awake. And today I felt the same. And that's why I had to like get out of the house. So I left for like a couple of hours. And then I came back and I was still so sleepy. And I was like, this is ridiculous. Like, and then I was telling myself this lie, like, oh, I'll just take a nap for an hour and then I'll wake up and I'll feel refreshed. But it's been over 3 decades. I have never been able to successfully take a nap. I just sleep. I set the alarms and then I just sleep. It's just... So that's why I told myself, like, no, I'm not going to. I'm just going to do the video that I wanted to do to share some of the highlights of what's coming up in the membership this month, as well as what's come already. And then I was like, well, if I do a live stream, I can't fall asleep while live, can I? Because, you know, naps are a scam. Honestly, I'll always be like, even like yesterday, I'd set, I think, like 4 alarms at midday. And the day before as well, I was quite tired and I slept most of the day, but not all day. But yesterday, I slept all day. It's unreal. And I can fall asleep at any time, but the thing is that it won't be a nap. And I knew, as much as I was trying to lie to myself, that if I went to sleep at like 2 p.m., I would wake up at like 10. Annoyed at myself, having wasted yet another day, having done none of the stuff I needed to do for the membership, having sorted out none of the supplies that I would then rush to sort out the day like the day that I leave, basically. But at least now I have those supplies sorted, and I just need to find one block, I think, and then I'm done. One block for the gouache paintings. And then, I mean, I don't know, I'll have to show you what I create when I get back. Maybe I'll make a video, or when I actually do the projects, I'll be able to share those. Oh, you're not good at sleeping full stop. That must be tricky. The thing is, I can sleep, but even yesterday, like, I was sleeping and it wasn't like nice sleep. I just kept having nightmares. So, like, imagine just sleeping, not being able to wake up, but it's just like nightmares. I just woke up exhausted. I was like, what is this? I hope it's not too early. I think I will, stop. I'll eat something. I'll maybe very quickly look for a watercolor block. Not a watercolor block, but a block that I can do my gouache paintings on. And then I'll maybe like make a quick note of the projects I want to do, so I have a rough idea on, maybe instead of 3 I can cut it down to 2, and like you said, I can do the accordion sketchbook together when we get back. So I don't know, we'll see. Thank you. I like it. I quite like the apple. I feel like I could add, once it's still wet, but once it's dry, I could add like a little bit more of a highlight, like a white highlight on it, but I could also leave it as it is. But I don't know, I think they're cute series. Although maybe these are separate series and I need to do like a separate one that just has fruit. It would be really nice to do the oranges and the net again, but like this. Vesta says, I can sleep standing up. I literally lean and I'm gone. I fell asleep standing up once, and it was when I was in med school and I was doing an on-call, and I don't know why, I was very motivated, I guess, and really enjoying the placement that I was on, and so I did an on-call that was from Friday to Sunday, something like that. It was crazy, and I'm not even sure completely legit. I don't even think the doctors were doing that, but anyway, I decided that I was just going to stay there all weekend. And then as they were doing the handover on Monday, I think, I was standing up and I just like felt myself falling asleep and felt my legs go, and then I like yeah, you need to run a course. What I sometimes do if I can't sleep, there's like this supposed to be like training technique that pilots use in order to like almost like mindfully think about each part of the body and relax it. So like relax your forehead, relax your eyebrows, relax your cheeks, relax your tongue, relax, and you're literally working down your body, relaxing, and usually by the time I get to my feet, I'm asleep. Oh wow, that must be tough. Yeah, Doa, do you have not only are you in a really cool place, but you also have like the Sketcherfest there. So plenty of reasons to go. That is also me. Oddly enough, the only time I wasn't nocturnal was when I was car camping. And I think in part it's because I felt like I had no choice but to adjust, right? Because when I'd like go back to my, so first of all, the days are super long here in the UK in the summer, so it would maybe get dark at like 9 or 10, and I wouldn't want to be in my car with like the laptop light on or the phone light on or whatever. So when I'd go to my car, it'd be time to sleep, and then in the morning I would still kind of be a little bit paranoid that maybe people could see me, or I didn't want to stay there long, so I would wake up. And I guess because I did it for a while, it helped regulate me. I felt like I had no choice. Oh, really, Vesta? Like tighten everything first and then relax it. Oh, Luthien, yeah. Sketcherfest happens every year, and I think to me it looks like the Urban Sketching Symposium, but maybe even bigger, or maybe more brand presence. I want to go one day when I'm rich. I really like this painting, and it's so funny because I feel like it was quite easy, like, quick to do, quick simple shapes, and yeah, it's so nice. This one part of me is like, oh, I like it. The other part of me wants to make the whole background dark so that it pops, but it is what it is so far. July 11th to July 12th. I don't know, is it wild to fly to the US for Sketcherfest and to finally buy the plein air easel that I want? Can you believe I saw someone's story, and in the story, like towards the edge, you can see their easel, and they have the type of easel that I want. So I literally like messaged him, and I was like, hey, I don't even think the guy knows me. I think we must have met. Maybe we met in Poland. I'm not sure. But I was literally like, hey, I can see your tripod in your picture. Where did you get it from? I'm looking for it because he's in the UK. And he made it himself, and I'm like, ugh, why is everyone so good at DIY? Yeah, Vesta, I didn't know about the tightening the muscles, but I knew that the loosening the muscles are supposed to be something that pilots do, because obviously they're like flying to a lot of different time zones and have to adjust quickly. And apparently that's supposed to help them fall asleep. Yeah, there are tickets, workshops, and free outdoor. I clearly need to start dating a carpenter. Wouldn't that, or like, or a millionaire, and he could hire me a carpenter and like a personal assistant and a cleaner and art supplies galore. Here's the thing, you guys find me a millionaire to marry, a multi-millionaire, yeah, not just 1 million, because I could run through that, I think, with one house. But more, you find me a multimillionaire to marry, and I will give you watercolor palettes. A millionaire carpenter, yeah, sure. And then he can make he can make my easel, he can make all the different things that I want. He can make the storage that I'm looking for my paintings. Yeah, that would be great. Oh, that's a good question. I always say I like Winsor & Newton, Daniel Smith, Holbein, Shinhan. Those are the four that I like. And I have heard great things about Schminke, but I haven't used it yet. And of those, at the moment, I like Shinhan and Daniel Smith, but Daniel Smith is more expensive. It's like 3 times the price. But some of Shinhan colours are not light fast. And then what do we have? Holbein I really enjoyed. I just haven't had a chance to use it as much, and as in recently. And Winsor & Newton, did I mention Holbein before? Holbein, Shinhan, Winsor & Newton, Daniel Smith. Yes, and then Schminke that I've heard about. So I would recommend any of those 5 depending on what is most easily accessible to you. And the key thing that I'd noticed more recently when we did the last live stream was that, and actually I noticed it when I was doing the little landscapes, is that the Shinhan is very bright. Don't know why. And yeah, I like those. Is Harrison Ford available? Oh yeah, hire a video editor as well. That would, I'd have a whole team. Talk less of editor. But yeah, you guys just make it possible for me. I will get you all a really nice gift. Watercolors are on me. I need the kind of like multi-millionaire who is happy with me having a passion project that loses money. That kind of energy. I mean, if he's a billionaire, again, I'm open to it. I'm not picky. If he's a billionaire, I think I could manage. Yeah. If he's a billionaire with a B, what should the gift be? Because really and truly, 1 palette doesn't feel like enough for the introduction. Maybe like a year's unlimited paint supplies. Whatever you want, I'll get it for you. We will get it for you. Hey Melanie. Thank you so much. I'm so glad that you've been enjoying it. He could see my projects as a tax. Exactly. Can you imagine? If I had a billionaire with a B money, I'm doing art retreats for the banter. You guys just come for free. We're just going on holiday. And I'll call it I don't know, promotion. I don't know what it is. Oh yeah, remember me when. But this is the paintings that I was doing using different types of gouache. This is Daniel Smith gouache, this is Winsor & Newton gouache, this is Sennelier gouache, and this is Shinhan gouache. And for me, when I look at these, I feel like they're all quite comparable. I'd say that the Shinhan is the brightest, followed by the Daniel Smith, followed by Winsor & Newton, followed by Sennelier. The Daniel Smith and the Shinhan were the nicest to use, but that's because the Winsor & Newton was also rock hard because I hadn't used it in a while. The Daniel Smith I hadn't used in longer, but it re-wet. I have no idea why, but it was really nice to use. And yeah, those are my gouache recommendations. Yeah, start putting the wish list together. All you have to do is just find me a billionaire or multi-millionaire. I'm not picky. All I ask is that he's Christian and a multi-millionaire. That's it. Ideally tall, but you know, beggars can't be choosers. And for a billionaire with a B, with a B, you know, there's like this meme on Instagram that was basically saying like 6'2" and 6'4" are different, are the same, and someone was like, "What? 6 is like 6'2"? Like, yeah, I'll lie for you. 6'4" or 6'2"? Yeah, sure. You got a nasty personality, but it's okay. 6'2", I'll do this. 6'2", yeah, no problem. 6'4"? You don't speak English? ¿Cómo te llamas? 6'4"? So, you've come back just in time to be my matchmakers. Exactly. Oh, you're hating gouache. I'm sorry. What is it that you are struggling with? Oh, they definitely do, but I'm 6 foot tall. That narrows the playing field. Which bit? The billionaire with a B or the being tall? That's the thing. Okay, fine. Multi-millionaire. I'm happy for it to be like family money, you know? Old money. It's fine. You know, he can have like a good heart and be charitable like me and be like, yeah, sure, we'll just live our lives making the lives of others around us better. Yeah. That's fantastic, Stacey. It says that a friend that would say I made the husband the millionaire that he is today, but when I married him, he was a billionaire. See, that's what I would do. I'd be like, oh, we can't take it with us. And like, really and truly, there does come a point where you can't actually spend all that money on yourself. Like, really and truly, when I was talking to my sister, as a joke, and I was saying like, when I'm rich there'll be signs, and we were sending each other what the signs would be, and then I looked and saw the the palette that I wanted, and I sent it to her, and it's like a gold plated palette, and I was like, yeah, there'll be signs. And she looked at it, she was like, sis, it's £100, like, you don't want to think a bit bigger? I'm like, if I can have an art studio, well, to be fair, what I have, an art studio, all the supplies I love, a great community, what else do I need? But to like be able to travel all the time when I want, I mean, a year of like art retreats, you guys just come and chill in my villa. You know what, we laugh, but it was a mere 2-3 years ago that I was talking about the art retreat that I would want to do and how far it felt. And look, now we're going to do two art retreats this year. So who knows, maybe next year I'll invite you to my wedding. Everything. Oh, Melanie, I know the feeling. I did when I went to the art retreat, there was a day, the third day, where it literally felt like I'd forgotten how to paint. Like, I couldn't do anything. Every single painting I created that day I hated, apart from the very, very, very last one that I made when everyone had left, because I just felt like I couldn't leave and end the day like that. Yeah. If he's a billionaire, you guys are coming with to the wedding, and fine, we can do like either private plane or first class, and we all meet on his island, our island. I don't know. Oh my gosh! And then the gift favors for you guys would be art supplies. We don't need to do the kitchenware with my name on it. We can just do art supplies. Yeah. Oh no. I hope you find them, Durwood. Lucian. I don't even know how we got here. Of course, I'm pretty sure it's probably. I mean, it must be me, but I don't even remember how we got here. But I'm just putting it out here. However, if my billionaire, millionaire Christian 6'4" husband is watching, can you please, like, I mean, drop me a DM? No, I feel like perhaps I'm taking it too far with saying that on the internet, and then all of a sudden I'll start getting start getting random messages. But I feel like, you know, this is a nice community. I don't know why he would be watching my channel. Like, do multimillionaires have time to do this? But maybe you've just had a really long, hard day making your millions, and you randomly looked up sketches and I came up because I'm live. If that's the case, can you just like DM me, because like it's taking a while, and it would just be great if we could get this show on the road. Oh yes, that's how we got here. I need to marry a carpenter so that I can get the the easel tray that I wanted. And then from there, I was like, why stop there? If I married a multi-millionaire, then I could just fly to America, buy the art supplies that I want, and fly back. Yes, that's true. That's true. A multi-millionaire can delegate. He has picked up painting as his 2026 hobby. Yeah, and then you're like watching this and you're like, she can't be talking about me. Yeah, I'm talking about you. Can you like... Oh yeah, with the full set. What would I do? I'd buy my mama a house. I'd buy my siblings a house. I'd buy us a house. Pay off my loans. Pay off my siblings' loans. Then obviously give you guys art supplies. What else would I do? You know, have you ever seen like sometimes when you go on like Amazon, like there was a time that they were like selling the Baohong blocks for like one block for like £200, and I'm like, this must be money laundering. Like there's no way that this makes any sense. I feel like I would be doing the opposite and be like, have it for 50p. Make a list of all my current members, everyone who's watched my live streams, and like chat and be like, you get a pallet, you get a pallet, you get a pallet, you all get a pallet. Oh yeah, I know. It can be nerve-wracking painting in the presence of others, but you'd also be like, yeah, it's you'd also be surprised. I've never regretted it, and I mentioned I do get shy around other artists, like in person. I don't know why. It's not something that's normal to me, but it has happened sometimes. But it's always been worth it. It's always been fun. It's how I discovered new places, new techniques, new events. And it's just nice talking to people that you have a common passion. Like when I was in Poland, it almost felt surreal, right? Because we would be sitting in places together and nobody has their phone out. Everybody is either talking or sketching or painting. And that felt very surreal in 2025, to be in a room of technically everyone, you know, primarily were strangers, like we didn't know each other, but we were just like talking and playing games and just sitting down together and having conversations, no phones to be seen. Like it was refreshing, and I think that comes from when you have a shared passion, which is what I love about having you guys. After no, I think a billionaire with a B, as in like the huh. You know there are two different billions. I'm talking about, there are two different billions, right? Hold on, let me check. Are there two billions? Are there different billions? US versus UK. Now they're largely aligned. Okay, yes. So the UK billion used to be a million. So I'm talking about, I'm talking 012, like 12 zeros, you know. The US billion was 1,000 million. But now they've changed it apparently. This is no longer the UK, as of the 1970s, have adopted the US billion, which is 9 zeros. Still, I think it'll be fine. Oh, you did hair. That's amazing. You did hair for 28 years before going into the medical field. Yeah. Yeah, so in the US, it's 1,000 million. That's a billion. But in the UK, it used to be a million. So I'm talking old school. When I say old money, I'm joking. I will of course accept the 1,000 million. However, however, if it's the old school million, yeah. Because even then, like with an old school million, I could buy 1,000 £1 million homes. Like, yeah, Stacey, and this time I'm not coming with a £100 pallet. I'm like, everybody's getting a house. Yeah, and I don't need to know how much is in his trust fund. It's okay. It's okay. I just, you know what? I would accept 1,000 million or a million. I'm not picky. I'm not picky. But yeah, I don't know why they made the billion smaller. Life begins at the end of your comfort zone. I like that. And you know what? A lot of the things that I did in 2025 were outside my comfort zone and they completely paid off. Like speaking, reaching out to other artists to say hi, to say, I'm coming around your area. Shall we meet? Shall we paint? I was really apprehensive about that. I thought they might think I'm a crazy creep, or maybe they'll say no. And then also, it's kind of hard to send a message and be like, hey, I have a channel which you may not watch. And I'm not saying it, I didn't tell them I have a channel. So it's like, I don't know. I told it so that they could see it and see, like, get a general idea of what I'm like and who I am, and like have some sort of like point of reference that I'm not just a complete crazy person off the street. But doing that was me reaching, like, going outside my comfort zone, and it massively paid off because I had such a lovely time with all of them. And then car camping again was me, stepping outside my comfort zone. Now, I don't think my billionaire husband would let me car camp, but I can have like an RV or something. Yes, honestly, Kaylin, it's so freeing. Now, don't get me wrong. If I had the choice between a nice 4-star hotel and my car, I would pick the hotel. Um, the the how car camping came about in a way was a number of things. The main thing I would say is that I just didn't feel like I would get my value for money where I was going. Like, I don't mind spending money on good things, but I cannot, like, I hate feeling like I'm being ripped off. And a lot of the places were just like really expensive, not because they're nice, but just because there aren't any other options. So I felt like that was quite limiting. And then also it meant even if it was affordable, like even if, and by affordable I mean like £100 a night, like even if it was £100 a night, it would have cost me like, I don't know, £2,000 to stay for a couple of weeks. No, what am I saying? For my whole trips, which was almost 3 weeks, it would have cost me £2,000 to stay there, excluding food and everything else. And I thought, I just don't have that kind of money. Talk less spending £150 to £200 to stay in a mediocre at best hotel. It's like I can't do it. And I kind of felt like I didn't like the idea of my budget, meaning I can't live my life. So I was like, what, am I just never gonna go to Cornwall because I can't afford it? That doesn't make any, like, I didn't want that. So that was again motivation to try car camping and see how it is. And my aim was to try it and see. But then I was quite lucky that Leslie was also happy to try it with me. And actually, before Leslie and I met, there was like a change of plan. So we couldn't, the plan was to like for us to start it off together. But there was a change of plan, so she couldn't do it. So part of me was actually wondering if I should do it, if I should go back to London and then come back, which would have probably meant cancelling it, what I should do. And I happened to talk to Tom Shepherd, who's an amazing artist, and Joe Scott, and they were like, yeah, it's like super easy, just go ahead. Like, they were very chill about it, like, it's no big deal, you'll enjoy it, it's fine, go ahead. And they were so like relaxed about it that I was like, okay, fine, I will try it. And actually, the first time I tried it, I knew someone in the area, so I just asked them if I could sleep in their compound so that I'm not alone, like in the middle of nowhere with no way of getting help. And they said yes. And then the second night, I went off on my way to find like somewhere. And then the third night did the same. And then the fourth night I met up with Leslie, I think. Either that or the third night. But anyway, that's how I started car camping. And there was a freedom that comes with it, because anywhere that I want to go, I have everything that I want or need with me. So I could go anywhere. And if I went somewhere and I didn't quite like it, then I would just move on. If I went somewhere and I thought, oh, the lighting is beautiful, I want to come back, I could. And I wasn't anchored to any one place. So I just literally, that's how I made my way to St. Ives. That's how I made my way to like the Lizard, because I could go anywhere, and when I got tired of one place, I just moved on. I haven't made any concrete plans for it. I would like to do it again. I think ultimately what I would like to do again is spend more time painting. My one, like painting outdoors, my one thing is, the one, car camping does have some drawbacks, and I feel like the main ones for me are, I found it very tiring, because as much as I'm like, yes, asleep in my car, I'm still aware of the fact that I'm asleep in my car. So I felt like I couldn't fully relax and fully sleep, which meant that there was like a chronic build up of tiredness with each passing day. And I think that by the longest I did it was maybe like 10-11 days, and at that point I was shattered. Or yeah, like tired, more tired than I would have been, because I'm aware that I'm outside. And then what is the other drawback? The other drawback was finding somewhere to sleep. For me, I seem to be very particular about the kind of places that I like to sleep in, that I feel safe to sleep in. And so sometimes it would take me a long time to find somewhere that I was happy to stay and happy to sleep. And I think I was quite lucky. I think there was just two times that I didn't quite like where I was, and once I had to leave, and the other time I was just too tired to leave, so I just stayed there and I was fine. But those are the main drawbacks. So I think ultimately what I would love is to have to be able to stay somewhere in Devon or Dorset, somewhere by the coast. I just want to be by the water. Stay somewhere by the coast for like 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and just paint. That's really, really what I want to do. And if the only way that I can do that is through car camping, then I will. But I do feel like I wouldn't be able to perhaps do it as long if I'm car camping. I don't know. Sometimes I was telling my mum this, but sometimes I wonder if I'm going to end up doing car camping or like van life anyway. Not necessarily because I want to, but just because like cost of living. So I was like, well, I keep thinking and looking at my stuff like, could I do it if I needed to? Would I be able to? I don't know. So we'll see. But it's definitely been it's definitely been an adventure that I was really grateful for. Even when I went to like Dorset, I stayed, I think, for honestly, I can't remember. I think it was 1 to 2 weeks. And I just had such an amazing time. And again, because I was car camping, my intention was to stay there for a day. And then I liked it so much that I was like, oh, I'll leave in the morning the following day. And the following day I was like, oh, it's just so beautiful, I don't want to leave. So I'll just stay an extra day, and then an extra day, and then an extra day, and then an extra day. And it was actually so nice. Something about, because I was obviously in my car, I had to be out all day because I didn't want to like just be sitting in my car all day. So I'd be out all day. So like I made loads of conversations and I spoke to the locals. People bought my paintings. I got to know like the fishermen and the people in the restaurant and the people who did the boat tours and tourists. It was just really nice. Yeah, when you're really only sleeping in it, it's hard to justify. Yeah, that's the thing. It's just, they were just so expensive. I'm talking like £200 a night. I'm like, what am I doing? Like, I can't do it. There was one time when I was in Cornwall that I was just so tired. I ended up paying for a hotel to like stay there for, I think I stayed for one night, and it just so happened that, I don't know, it was weird because it was the weekend, and it just so happened they were doing this offer the day that I checked where if I booked the hotel, it would be £100 for the night. So I booked it, and then I wanted to see if I could extend it or see what the rest of the price was, and the rest of the days were like £400 a night. So I don't know what happened with that deal, and I'm ever so grateful for it because I just needed a break, a way to recharge and and like rest up and everything. So yeah, that's the thing. My place is already small, and I know it's not the smallest it could be, but it's already small. Like this place is one bed, and my place before was one bed, and the place before that was one room. So my bedroom is my kitchen, is my everything, is one room. And even then, it's too much. It's too much. It's just too expensive. It's all getting too expensive. Like this, I was quite lucky. It was quite affordable. But even then, my fixed costs are 1,900, which it's a lot. It's not sustainable for me. So we'll see. And then I did look at vans, but vans were expensive. So I was like, I wouldn't be moving into a van. I would be moving into a car. I don't know. We'll see. I hope it doesn't come to that. But I also can't afford to live in London. So something's going to have to give. Yeah, I think so. Full-time van lifing is getting harder and harder as more and more people turn to it because house prices are rising. Yeah, exactly. A lot of places that used to be free are no longer free. And I think that makes car a bit better than van because I don't think people suspect car as much as van. I don't know. We'll see. But as for, I'm open to suggestions on places you would recommend. On places that you would recommend in the UK to go and visit. I would love to go back to Cornwall, to Devon, to Dorset. I loved all those places. There's just a really cute place that I love in Dorset that I really want to go back to. And it's 3 hours drive away. So it's technically not the end of the world. Not super, super far, but it feels quite far. But I would like to go. I think once the days get longer and it gets a bit warmer, I would go. Yeah, London is expensive. London is expensive. That's why I had to move out of my last place. He increased the rent by 350, and I was like, I literally, like, he was doing. So obviously, I told him I can do it, but he was doing viewings, and I was like, I was there for the viewings because I just wanted to see what people who could afford this look like. Yeah, well, that's the thing. I'm chained to London. Why am I chained to London? Because of my work. I can't move. I can't leave the program. If you leave, you can't come back. So I have to finish my training, and then in theory, I'll be free to move wherever I can find a job. But for now, I am in London. If not, I would be open to different places. Like my family's in London as well, but we're all grown, so I'd be open to moving other places. I'm saying this in case my husband is also watching. Should you feel more comfortable in, like, I don't know, where do rich people live? I don't want to live in Chelsea. Cotswolds? Do they live in the Cotswolds? I don't know. I don't know where they live. Yeah, honestly, it's talking to people in the US that made me appreciate that actually the UK isn't, like, it's not that hard to get to places. Beforehand, I used to think like, oh, for Cornwall, I need to have at least 2 weeks off. I need to have a hotel. I need to have this. I need to have that. And so I kept putting it off as something that I would do eventually someday. And then I'll talk to people in the US and you guys are like, oh yeah, I went grocery shopping 1 hour away. I'm like, excuse me? If I have to go grocery shopping more than 5 minutes away, I don't even know what to do with myself. I'd think I was in the sticks, like in the middle of nowhere. Oh my gosh, Switzerland. Oh yeah, that is where they're at. Can you imagine like a Rolls Royce Phantom just parked up in the middle of the square, and nobody's going to say nothing or do, like, who has that? Who does that? I was like, well, how's I keep talking about this because I don't understand how a bowl of pasta was 50 francs. Like, what is in this pasta? Gold? Like, what is it? It's just see, so not the Cotswolds. Need to find somewhere else. Um yeah. You could get so far. But after that, speaking to people be like, oh yeah, sure, an hour drive, oh yeah, 2 hours, 3 hours. I was like, you know what? It's actually not that deep. Let me drive and see what it's like. And was it long? Yes. Was I bored sometimes? Yeah. Was it worth it? 100%. It was so good. And it made me realize that actually it's more accessible than I thought. Yeah. I was talking to one of my friends and she was saying something similar, like they would go to appointments and they were 2 hours away. The airport was like 3 hours away. And I was like, what? And even when I went to the US, this was many years ago now, um, to go grocery shopping was maybe like 30 minutes away, 45 minutes away. To go to church was 1 hour, which to me is unfathomable. Um, I went to church and it was 30 minutes, and I honestly, I felt like giving myself a pat on the back because I was like, wow, I can't believe I've gone that far. But the US, you guys are like, oh no, it's fine. Yeah. Yeah, petrol is more expensive. Well, it's expensive. Although yesterday it dropped by 8 points. Anyone know why? Have no idea. Like the day before it was 138, and then it dropped to some places 128, 131, 130, like overnight. And I was like, I don't know why that's happening, or if it's something I should think about. A footballer, maybe, but I feel like they're all quite young, no? I need like a retired footballer who was wise with his money and happens to be watching my watercolor video to relax. This has been a fun and very random live stream. I really, really like this painting, you know. I keep wondering what I should do with all my artwork. It's accumulating. Yeah, retired footballer or football manager. Okay. I'm not that kind of doctor. I'm pretty sure he wouldn't want me helping. And also, I don't know if I want him living that kind of life. And also, despite appearances, I don't gym. Like, just imagining like a man with 6-pack telling me like, let's go to the gym at 5 a.m. And how do I break it to him that that is not me? Oh wow. 5 minutes away, others are 45 to 1 hour, others are 2 hours plus. I don't know how they do it, like when they're super far. I fell asleep driving once, and that was enough to scare me straight. And from there, I stopped driving after shifts. So I like being close, or at least like somewhere that's accessible, has public transport, or the Uber won't cost too much. Sell it. I mean, I might do. I'm just bad at pricing them. I was telling my mum, because she was like, oh yeah, like these little landscapes, sell them. And I was like, but I like them. She's like, you can't keep them all. You can't keep them all. And I was like, but can't I? Can't I? And then I was like, okay, I'll just pick out my favorites and I'll sell the rest. And it was like half, more than half. I was like, I'll just keep these and I'll sell like one. Not this one. I love this one. I'll put it here so you can see. That would be exactly me, Vesta. Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, exactly that. I just need him to understand that. Like, you know, I love that for you. I really love that for you. And I'm so glad that this is, you know, something that means a lot to you. And I don't know, like I feel like if we found like a fun sport, I would be on board. But just like going to the gym is not really my thing. But if there was like a fun sport that we could do together that was somewhat physical, I could try to do that. None comes to mind at the moment. I liked badminton. I like weights. Maybe I'll do that. Thanks, Clark Fanite. Maybe. Can I put them in one of those card or sticker organizing wallets? I can. So what I was looking for, I looked for like a portfolio that I can put my paintings in. But even then, they come with like 20 or 40 leaves. And I've made quite a bit of art recently. So in the video that I made earlier today and in the post that I made, I kind of shared that I've been keeping track of my art, like just as a gentle way to know what I'm creating, what I'm enjoying, so on and so forth. And I actually did 33 paintings in January, which is funny because if you'd asked me, I would have said 10. So I don't know. I just need a better system for storing them and see. And then what I would like to do actually is like, at some point, is like scan or take a pictures of all of them and then like make a little art book of my art. Like, you know, all the ones that we have of the dead artists, I'd like to make them while I'm alive. That's what I would like. And you could see the different eras and the different phases that I went through with my painting. Is shopping for art supplies a sport? Yeah, that's a sport that I personally really enjoy and excel at. Master, that is so funny. Everyone knows that if they see you running, they need to start running too because something bad is about to happen. No, I would be happy with... Oh, you're saying highest, as in like the amount higher. Yeah, no, for me, I don't know. I mean, I would be happy to. I would love to. I enjoy. I have so many pieces that I really love and enjoy, and it's kind of sad that they're just like sat in my portfolio, away from the light, never to be seen, apart from like the 1 or 2 random times that I pull them out, look at them, and then put them back. Oh, that would be cool, wouldn't it? A gallery with all my artwork. Shouldn't be hard to do. He can just buy me an empty property and I can... Oh, I would do like say in the villa that we would have, that would then be where I host art retreats. I would have a gallery inside the room, and every so often I could do like open studios where you can come to the house, but also if you're coming to the art retreat, then you can see all the artwork there. See, it's all coming together, isn't it? Yeah, but I need to figure out something to do with them. I'm happy to sell them. So if you're watching this and you're like, oh, I really want one of the paintings, then feel free to email me at sketches.n.scrubs@gmail.com or messaging me on Ko-fi. Feel like I'll say that and then people come for my favorites and I'll have to be like, I'm sorry. Angela, how many paintings do I have? Like, do you mean in general, Stacey? As in like ever? Or we'll see. By the end of the year, I'll have a better idea of how many like paintings I've made this year. But I would probably say that last year I made maybe like maybe like 100, 120. And maybe I think I did like 50 individual, maybe 60 individual like paintings on blocks, because I think I finished 3 blocks. And then I have also finished a few sketchbooks. So I did paint quite a bit, and draw quite a bit. Yeah. Meryl, is true. It's not me, it's you. I don't know why I just couldn't get on with the Senolier paints. They're still here. I'm still going to explore and try them out and see. Quite a few people, someone in particular messaged me, sent me a private message to kind of talk about why they like the Senolier, especially the fact that they are more muted colors and they're calmer. And it was really interesting to hear the perspective, because it did make sense, and that might also be the exact reason I like quite vibrant, happy colors. So perhaps that's why it's been hard for me to like fully get used to it. Yeah, so it's true. You can't sell them if people don't know they're for sale. Yeah. Mm, yeah, I should put them up. I have so many. I did put them up last year, I think, and they did sell. Um, yeah, so maybe I should do that again. Ooh, Toby Touchette, Corey, your Roman Schmort Essentials palette is reviving tomorrow. I'm so excited for you. I hope that you love it as much as I do. Um, as you can see, it's a palette I keep taking with me. I don't know. I don't know if they. Okay, I don't want to be negative, but part of me is like, would they? Would they sell fast? I don't know. Would anyone buy them? I feel like no one would buy them. Um, I don't know why. Um, but how much do I love Facebook? Mm. Ah, I see what you mean. Football. Yeah, no, no, no. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm able to. I feel like I tend to be inspired by what inspires people. Does that make sense? So like my brother was really into football and was really, really good. And I went from having no interest to having all the interest and going to his matches and being like man on and offside, and I learnt the rules and the positions and the, because he cared and thus I cared. So I can care about things if it's important to him, like, our trust and yeah, that's, things like that. Oh, thank you, Stacey. How many? Well, at the moment, it's all of them. Like, I have all the sketchbooks obviously are going to stay with me, but I maybe have like 60 that are inside the portfolio at the moment. Yeah, but I don't know. Like I said, people, people, my bad. People like them, so Holbein. Yeah, I like Holbein too. They're really lovely, both their gouache and their watercolor. But even with these, maybe I've made 16 of these. Well, 17 now, and I need to paint a few more. As in, like, I'm gonna put white gesso on a few more. I don't like this one. What are your thoughts on this? Because part of me doesn't really love it, and so part of me feels like I should either do another painting on the back so that I have a painting that I like, or paint over this, which would be tricky. I would have to wet the whole gouache, wipe it off because it is possible, and then start again. I don't know. Yeah, because when I look at it, I like the colours, but I don't like the painting itself. I don't feel like it makes sense. So maybe it doesn't make sense because the snow is on the floor, but the trees are all green, and I didn't really think about that when I painted it. But the more I look at it, the more I'm like, I don't even feel like adding white would fix it. Do you know what I mean? I feel like I just need to. Basta. Oh, hear me out. Sell it. I'm here like, oh, I need to change it to something that I like so much I want to keep forever. Which is like literally I was going through the paintings and I was like, oh yeah, this was the painting that I did where I was like, hold up a second. This is Winsor and Newton, this is Shinhan. And I was like, wait a minute, hold up a second. I love the feel of the Winsor and Newton. I don't know why they are so different. So maybe but even then they're brighter than the Senelia. Then this one is of St. Ives. Don't know if you can tell. But again, I want to change the things I want to change. I like this one. This is from Totnes. From a reference I took when I was with Leslie. And then this is thing. So yeah, I really love this series. I want to keep doing it. I might do some on my trip because I have no self-control. Oh, really? Kaylin? That's good to know. You guys are sweet. Oh. I don't know why I did that, but I did, and I couldn't put my finger on what it was that I found odd until now. But maybe also I don't see that much snow, so I wouldn't know. And I have got like little bits of white, but not like a massive amount. So, but then there are some that I absolutely love. This bad boy, I love. I love you. Peekaboo, I love. What are you? This one I really like. I could maybe part with it, but I really, really like it. And where are you? This bad boy, I love. The View of the Rocks. And these are like, apart from that one that I told you I was unsure about. Even this one I like, but I could part with. This one is slowly but surely becoming one of my favorites. I don't know why. Maybe because I'm obsessed with fruits. Watch this space. But it's funny because, you know, like, people aren't like, oh, Van Gogh, stop painting your sunflowers. Aren't you tired? Or Cezanne. Is it Cezanne who did the hills of... who did the hills? I think he did. It's like, stop painting that same view of France. We get it. Or like Monet, we get it. You like lily pads. It's enough is enough. You know, it makes sense that sometimes you get stuck enjoying something and you want to just recreate it over and over. Oh, thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I should get going to sleep because I have work in the morning. Thank you so much for keeping me company, helping me create my art kit, and just as always being lovely people that lift my spirits. You now have your aims and your mission to go and find me a multi-millionaire or a billionaire with a B, happy for 9 zeros or 12 zeros, whichever you see fit. And if you are watching on the replay, by all means, please feel free to say hi. Let us know if you paint outside or haven't painted outside. And if you have painted outside and there's something that you feel is like a core kit, let me know. My aim is going to be to like paint outside, paint in like cafes and stuff on my trip. I look forward to telling you more when I am back or when I am there, if I can figure out how to do live streams when I'm there. But honestly, thank you all so much. You are amazing. You'll do your best. I'm glad I could keep you company, Shauna. And yeah, have a great rest. Yeah, have a wonderful week, all of you. And remember to check out the post that I've shared on my membership. The post itself is free for everyone to see if you want to see what's coming up, as well as like a recap of what I'm doing in my creative practice. I always like sharing it like an art update, and there I share like how many paintings I've created and what I created with, and so on and so forth. But yeah, I look forward to continuing to paint with you all this coming month. Thank you all so much and have a wonderful week. Bye.